question. The whole thing it unwinds. Behold the great deception. Traversing throughout time. Do you dare to question if there's a grip upon your mind? 'Cause at the mere suggestion it leaves you all entwined. I've been searching round for curvature, but there ain't none to see. No matter where I let my head turn, seems awfully flat to me. Will you start to question the shackles of your mind? If you let it open, you know there's truth inside. Have you been numbed and too complacent? Bred in circus to the end. It's time to claim your mental freedom. You know it's up to you, my friend. I've been searching round for curvature, but there ain't none to see. No matter where I let my head turn, seems awfully flat to me. The shackles of your mind. If you let it open, you know there's truth inside. Will you start to question
you're seeing here is a mirage. You typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. A mirage.
All right. So, welcome everybody. I heard some comments that the sound was low. I hope my audio is good on the microphone. You can maybe let me know. I've got it turned up max, so if it's not high enough, maybe just turn up the volume and I'll try not to blast your ears out with other recordings later. So, welcome. It's been a while since I did a live stream. And yeah, maybe if somebody can just give me a 5x5, let me know everything's good with the audio and the video. Yeah, this isn't a live stream that I've really been looking forward to doing, but I've been mulling over it for a few months now and feeling like it is definitely needed. For those of you not familiar with Paul Cook, this will still be very valuable because the first part of this presentation is going to be all about different theories regarding the great trees and things like geopolymers and what is and what isn't geopolymer. So I've started off with this opener just to show some great evidence, and we'll be going through more of that later. And I think that you'll be interested to see what's presented here today. A lot of different information that should be of value. And then for the title, for people who are wondering what that's about, this well, I'd just like to make a comment first about the chat tonight. So if the moderators, the goal is just to keep it civil because there's a lot of drama right now in the community. And for people who don't even know who Paul Cook is, it might feel like a lot of high school drama. And I'm not at all interested in getting involved in that, but I'm interested in the truth. And I'm very interested in the great trees. And so for that reason, I've decided to just kind of jump in with both feet to this subject. And also I've had a lot of personal encounters or dealings with Paul over the last several months, actually going back to 2021. And so for those of you who are interested in seeing the evidence that I have to present about Paul Cook and knowing what all the drama is about, I'm going to be taking that at the end. So for me, the whole purpose of this is to set the record straight regarding geopolymers and the evidence for the trees and what is or isn't point and claim. And so I coined the term biogeology a long time ago. A lot of people may be familiar with the term mud fossils, and there's a lot of people out there who are very excited about that subject. The idea that so much of our realm may, the stones that we see didn't come about the way we were taught according to mainstream geology. And Roger from Mud Fossil University and some other channels have been showing evidence of that for a long time. But I had a problem with that term because there's a whole lot of well, there's an example of it right there. That's not a mud fossil, right? There are things that come about very, very quickly, and there's a lot of things that can cause petrification. And this, I'm going to be doing some streams in the coming week on the subject of petrification, instant petrification, and going in depth into what evidence is there for that. And how does that, fit with mud fossil theory or not? But the term biogeology is a good blanket term, not because I'm trying to steal Roger's thunder, but because it incorporates petrified materials. It incorporates, biogeology in the sense that body parts may petrify. There's a lot of things that fall under that umbrella beyond just mud fossils. So for me, this whole stream is all about the trees. It's not about my ego or defending my honor, or, I'm going to address the different lies that Paul Cook has told about me, and I'm going to show them with his own words, and I'm going to debunk him on every point. But as I said, that'll come at the end. The reason I'm doing this is both for the trees, but because I also care about Paul's followers, and I want them to know who he really is behind the scenes and what he's been up to. And he's done a lot of great work, and he's been a cherished member of the alternative research community because he's gotten some great footage. He's done some really good boots on the ground investigations that, I'll say more about him in a second. But he's constantly said, I'm not a biology person. But, petrified biology is a fact. Everybody knows about petrified trees, and there are lots of other examples of petrification. Oh, and just a shout out to everyone in the chat. I see it flying by. I'm not going to be able to pay attention to it. So thank you for the mods who are there to keep it civil. And I'll say hi to everybody later on. But yeah, bushwhacking history in Buffalo. He just says Hangman 1128 for the giant tree information. Absolutely. I did a stream a month or two ago on the subject of the great trees, and I never would have done that if it wasn't for all the work that Hangman has put out. He's got hundreds of hours of incredible footage, and if you have any doubt about the existence of the great trees, well, a lot of the shots that are on the screen there that are going by, those are taken directly from some of his videos. So yeah, I highly encourage everybody to go there, and if you've got the time, kick back with something to nibble on and just enjoy it, and look at it on a big screen, because it's so magnificent. And let's see, I've got just kind of a little outline here I'm gonna follow so I don't miss any of the points. So I contest that the golden layer that Paul Cook has been talking about for many videos now is biogeological in origin, and it's not geopolymer. I'm totally on board with geopolymers, and I'll talk more about that as well, but that is not. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and I'll show my evidence for that, and you can decide for yourself. I may be wrong about all this. That's, there's the caveat, right? I'm not claiming that I'm the arbiter of truth, but I'll show that there are a number of things that Paul Cook has done that are disingenuous, they're not honest, and he's had fallings out with a lot of people, and there are good reasons for that, but it always seems to be everybody else's fault but his. So right up front, I'm also going to say I'm not saying that everything is trees, okay? I'm not one of, the absolutism in this community is crazy. It's like somebody finds a pet theory and then suddenly everything is that theory. So I'm of the camp that usually, it's all of the above, right? So there's probably some great tree stuff out there. There might be titans. There's all kinds of stuff when it comes to mud fossils and biogeology. You've got mud floods. You've got star forts. There are all of these things that we weren't really taught about in school that are everywhere on a scale that is hard to fathom. And the interesting thing about all of these theories is that they dovetail very nicely. It's not the random crazy conspiracy theorists connecting dots, circles on the corkboard. You know, this stuff, the more you know, the more it all starts to fit together and make sense. And we start to realize how much of our history and our present has been manipulated. So I agree with a number of Paul's observations. I'll talk about those as we go. We're both in agreement that major aspects of the mainstream narrative are false. I've done my best to avoid drama. I did everything I could not to embarrass him publicly. In fact, despite things that he said and claimed about me, except for a 10-minute segment in the Great Stream Tree that I did, and if you go back and watch that segment, you'll find that I was very respectful, I was complimentary, and I was just presenting an alternative theory. That is the only public statement to this day that I've made that counters anything that Paul Cook has said. And so I'll show the evidence of that later. Ultimately, I don't think he's so important in this because I don't think a lot of his ideas are original. I think he's lifted a lot of ideas from other people. I'll show some of that as well. And I think what he's done best is open a ton of people's eyes to a whole lot of alternative narratives. He's gotten some absolutely fantastic footage. He's gone into places I wouldn't dare to go to. So, you know, kudos to him for those things. But my focus has been entirely on the evidence, and tonight we're going to do the same. So I'll save the drama for last, and the people who want to see proof of Paul's lies, hypocrisy, stay to the end. So, you know, I think he's lost all credibility, both as a researcher and a person, but I'm not going to get into the details of that yet. So this is not about proving Paul wrong for revenge. This is not about getting views. This video is not monetized. I'm not looking for subs. I'm not trying to create drama. I don't want to sow discord or division in the community. But this needs to be told. Paul, on the other hand, seems to be very money oriented and goes after people, you know, like John Levi. You know, he's admitted to doing that for subs from what I've heard. That's hearsay, but I haven't seen the evidence of that. So this stream is not about my ego either. Some might be thinking that. I'm trying to, you know, toot my own horn and steer people towards my research. If you'll notice, I'm not going to be referring to any of my own research today. None. My research has to do with Titanology and what I have taken to calling petrified organs. I've been around for 4 years now on YouTube sharing information about that. This is entirely about the trees. And if it, you know, I'll cite as proof that this is not about my ego. I'll just show something here. So this guy here, whose name I'm not even going to mention, he did a oh, you can't see. I'm blocking it. Here, I'll just move it off to the side a little bit there. Anyway, this bozo made a video about me 3 years ago. That video got 208,000 subscribers, and it sent me about a 2-week wave of hatred and negative comments. And I'm not saying that so you'll feel bad for me. I'm just saying it that to illustrate that even though the video was an absolute joke and I could have torn it apart and done a devastating response, I didn't even bother because the guy's a loser and he strawmanned me and he used so many logical fallacies in that short video that it wasn't even worth responding to. And I'll say the same about this guy, Jerry DeCamp. And this is actually Karen B, but this is, I'm just going to play this because Jerry Camp also came out with a couple of different videos mocking my research and strawmanning it and not addressing a single bit of evidence. So you would think I would go back and counter that, but once again, the guy was not worth the effort. He's a total nutcase, and I didn't think it was worth even making note of. So the reason I'm doing this about Paul, like I said again, is because of the trees, and I want to set the record straight. So just take a listen to this, because it's pretty interesting. This is the father of the meltology theory, and a lot of these meltologists are of the "it's all this" category of thinking, and suddenly every building in the world is a melted building. So this is the guy who started the whole theory, folks. So just bear this in mind if you're a meltologist and you think that he's got it going on. Here, listen to this.
I have a question for Jerry. Jerry, what are the bricks made out of?
Where did they originally get the bricks? We probably imagined them.
Who imagined them?
We did. We're in our mind having a collective experience. Like in the same way you wake up from a dream in the morning, you realize you were in your mind, right? When you wake up and you go, wow.
So you think all of the bricks that are now melted buildings in this realm that we collectively share an experience in were made up in our mind, that we're having an experience right now? Like,
yes.
Why does anybody believe a word, anything this man says? Like, how do you not drown in the shower? I have a question for Jerry.
Okay, so that's my thoughts about Jerry as well. Why does anyone believe a word that man says? So it doesn't mean that there aren't melted bricks and that there aren't buildings that might be melted out there, but we'll talk about that perhaps a little bit later as well. So in general, it's not a good idea to feed the trolls. So I didn't feed Simon, Dan, or Jerry. I just left them alone. On the other hand, there was a pair of gentlemen who, and it's a nice term for them, who reached out to me and wanted me to send them some of the samples of my heartstones for evaluation in a laboratory in the United States. It was a reputable laboratory, and these guys had, good reputation supposedly, and they wanted to check out the stones. So I, in goodwill, sent them off, and a couple months later got back the results. That turned into a total mess. So that's the only let's see, you're not seeing the screen here, are you? I'm still not so good with the, there we go. This is the video I made on that subject. So if you want to, this is the only time I countered when somebody was attacking me, and it's a very long video, but it's very interesting, and it shows what happened when I sent the stuff off, how they dealt with the specimens, what they made, the claims that they made. This is coming from very mainstream mindset and thinking. So, yeah, that was just to show that this has not been about my ego, because it doesn't really matter to me so much if someone wants to say nasty things about me. So my comments in my videos are all open. I've spent countless hours replying to thousands of questions and criticisms. The only people I've ever blocked on my channel are the people who lead with insults. If they come with actual, valid questions and are a little snarky, I'll still respond to them. But that's very different from what Paul is doing right now. But anyway, going back to Paul real quickly before I start on the evidence, I just want to say I was a follower of his back in 2021 when he only had 8 subs. I was a patron of his. I was sending Paul money. I gave him numerous shout outs. I probably shouted him out in maybe 10 or 12 different videos and interviews. And I'm, like I said before, I was on board with several aspects of his research. And and you know, the irony is that the chances are very high, as I'll show later, that I may be the one who actually introduced Paul to the topic of geopolymers. I'm not trying to take credit for that. But as far as my take on geopolymers goes, I watched a video by Observation Deck. This was 3 years ago. This video, I highly recommend. It's a 2-part series. There's two videos, I think, totaling about 3 hours, and he just laid it out. And it was such an amazing bit of information. It changed how I saw the realm in general, and it was incredibly important because it became clear to me as soon as I saw these videos that this was, you know, using Occam's razor, this was absolutely the simplest explanation for so much of the megalithic architecture that exists in the world. You know, when you start looking at the pyramids and you start looking at places like Baalbek and these different massive structures, they're telling us that they're quarrying the stones, they're moving the stones, they're lifting the stones. And it's far easier to explain when you realize that a lot of this stuff was geopolymer, and they probably just created molds and poured things, and then, you know, that's how they made it. And it's like, oh, you don't have to invoke ancient aliens, you don't have to invoke anti-gravity devices, you don't have to invoke magic, right? You can explain it all with stuff that we have here. And in these videos, this guy, you know, I'll just play a little bit of this right now.
More than a euphemism for a collective ego suffering from cognitive dissonance.
Keep in mind, this is 3 years ago. This is before Paul ever, you know, came on the scenes.
We will continue to be led down a path that hinders rather than helps explain what we see. As far as I am concerned, we are talking about two entirely different cultures. It only becomes a difficult question when you insist on maintaining the current narrative. You see, I think our problem in attempting to understand the capabilities of our ancestors is not the evidence that we are seeing. It is the interpretation of that evidence, and none of what I have shown you so far today requires anything other than what we can actually see and what's already been found. But I'm not stopping here. No, I'm not. I'm on a roll here and I've found spectacular examples of what I believe is further evidence of the ability to mould rather than hammer or drill out marble or alabaster to form some of the world's greatest works of art. I found a...
Okay, so I'm just going to skip ahead because here he's got 1,000 recipes for making any kind of stone. I think that's a joke, that that little image, but he goes in here and he's showing that there's all kinds of different recipes that are well known for
Tesla Fresh
for
Power.
creating geopolymers,
For the link
artificial
to the book
marble and
published
granite,
So it goes in detail here.
imitation of marble,
So abolite.
and
Make this
maybe one of the mods can
manganese is crushed, so
link to this in the chat so people have it easy. But this is a video that I sent to Paul at least 6 months before he ever mentioned the word geopolymer. So also he goes into ancient texts, and he shows that they were talking about geopolymers long ago, not just Roman concrete, but all kinds of stuff. And there are even recipes in some of these texts. Okay, so onward. So the funny thing about this is that both Paul's narrative and my narrative, when it comes to whether it's geopolymer, poured superstructures that exist below all of our cities, or gigantic trees, these are both batshit crazy by mainstream standards. So, you know, there's that to think about also. But what I've always been interested in is a unified realm theory, right? Something that really ties everything together. And the trees go with our ancient mythologies. They go with our religions. They, you know, the evidence for the trees is monumental. I want to give a shout out to Waking Up with Analog, Ben, the archivist. He's just been doing amazing stuff, and we've done some videos together. His last stream, I think it was on Utah, number 6. Tons of nuggets there about all kinds of things related to petrification, about the trees, and he's got one of the broadest, kind of all-encompassing views of, you know, unified realm theory of anybody that I know. So he's been a real treat to be able to talk to and to learn from for the last 4 years. So I think it's ironic how many flat earthers out there are completely closed-minded. They're willing to believe something that's considered to be the absolute craziest belief by mainstream, you know, society, but they blind themselves to this topic or that topic or the other topic, and they're like, no way that could be true. And that's what Paul's done with the trees and biology. He's like, you're not going to turn me into a you know, somebody who's into biology, mate. So I think his recent channel growth went to his head. He's got delusions of grandeur. He's lost the humility that he had in his earlier videos. And so I've dubbed him the Geopoly monster. But ultimately, all of this is nothing more than a storm in a teacup, because within 3 days, the internet forgets, right? Because everything's moving on. So hopefully this video will be shared around, not just for the sake of, you know, what's going on with Paul, but for more evidence regarding the trees and comparing it to his theories. Because it's more than just opinions, mate. There's also something called evidence. And if you ignore the evidence, then you're cherry picking, and that makes you a lousy researcher. So just to toot my own horn on that subject a little bit, I've done 2 other videos on this subject of one. I've done this video called Let's Talk Pareidolia. That was I think a 3 or 4 hour live stream, because I think there's a lot of junk out there when it comes to things like people looking into supposed titans. And I'm not showing my screen, am I? Yes, I am. Okay, good. You know, you know, this is well worth a watch. And then also I did this one on the jet fuel hoax. I don't have a horse in the game when it comes to, or horse in the race when it comes to this topic, but this was a little short video I did on the subject of truth or discernment and being willing to admit when you find out that you're wrong. So all that said, you've already been kind of getting an initial taste of some of the things I'm going to be showing. There's apophenia, which is the recognition of a pattern that doesn't really exist. That's kind of like pareidolia, which is when you see things that aren't really real, but you recognize a pattern. And then there's cherry picking, which I already mentioned, which is where you just pick the things that fit your narrative and leave everything else aside. And so let's see. Let's begin, shall we? Let's start with just a review of what wood looks like, because this is an important thing. Let me make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing here. Turn that off. There we go. Okay. So everyone knows what a tree stump looks like. This is an example of petrified wood. So when you look at this, you just have to look and see all the complexity of the grain and the different colors and the different banding, and the things that you're going to see today are all about this. And we'll just breeze through these. This is important as well. We'll come back to this, but it's important to think about how a tree grows and understand that the root structure around the tree going out in every direction is going to be horizontal. And then you're going to have these deep channels going down. I'm going to be doing a video very soon also on the subject of spelunking titanic trees, because there's some incredible footage. I can recommend the Action Adventure Twins. I don't think they realize what they're diving down through when they're doing it. But the trees are making everything. They're making the metals. They're making all kinds of materials that you never would have dreamed that trees make, like opals, for example. So just keep this picture in mind when we're looking at stuff. Think about how wood grows and all of the different curved grains that it has. And, you know, wood is also, or trees are also very interesting because of the way they can channel water. I'm going to be doing a video just on this subject soon. And this is a tree that got hit by lightning, but you can see all the complexity and the grain and all the different ways that this stuff goes. And then this curve and the way these pieces are breaking off and the lines, the straight lines that they form and the space that comes between them, all of this is something that you'll see a lot of. This is wood, but you're going to see some pieces that look identical to this, right down to the lichen and the oxidization, everything, but they'll be 50 to 200 feet wide. So breakdown of trees, it's really important. Here's an example right here. So this, what you're seeing, this right here would be just one little tiny chunk of one of these. And I know that sounds crazy if you're not familiar with the Great Tree idea. I highly recommend my Great Tree live stream. And so now we're getting to petrified wood. That's our next stop. So just keep all that in mind, the complexity of wood, the different colors of wood. So this internal portion here, this would be the sandstone, and this would be limestone. But in between, if you look at this under a microscope, you're going to have alternating sandstone and limestone. And each one of those little bands could be many feet wide. This is looking at the end, obviously, the cross section of a trunk. There's a lot of complexity to how it all grows, and the variation of what you can see. You know, just look at what's happening in here, and you'll understand that if that was a tree that was miles wide and stretched way up into the sky, you know, you got to think fractal, then that's going to be an amazing structure. So think about trees, think about lots and lots of different pieces of tree, and then getting covered by earth. And so things are going to be sticking out every which way. And there's not going to be a rhyme or reason to it unless you understand the underlying theme. So that is the subject of fresh wood. So let's just take a look now at petrified trees. This is what mainstream geology tells us is the largest petrified tree in the world. And that's just absurd. If you look, this is actually quartz here, and the trees are making the quartz. The quartz is petrified sap. This is a petrified forest trunk, and a lot of times when you see the forests and the trunks, there's these plateaus around them, and all of this is mud flood, ash. Wait a minute. Yeah. Good, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Mud flood, ash, debris, that can also harden and petrify. So then it becomes an aggregate, not a geopolymer. It's just an aggregate of a lot of different things that harden to stone. This is a gigantic tree, and you see the exact same kinds of breakage, and look at the ends here. Look at how this looks. Oops. The way it breaks, it's flat, and then there's actually, if you remove a portion of this, you'll be able to see grain under it. And we'll see lots of examples of that on a gigantic scale. Here is a trunk that's petrified. Looks a lot like Devil's Tower. As I said, sap petrifies, and it petrifies to all kinds of different forms and colors. And this is agate, is what they're calling it. This is a poly something or other, polystrate tree. I can't remember the name of it, but it extends upward through multiple layers of what they call sedimentary layering. And that's impossible based on the mainstream narrative. So it's so here you're getting this is about as big of an example of a petrified tree as you're going to find. And just pay attention to the straight lines and the way things break. You're going to see this a lot. and it can be so beautiful. And then this is what I was talking about before. So clearly the tree either was taken down when the flooding occurred, or there was, you know, all kinds of volcanic activity that dropped loads of ash combined with water, maybe salt water from massive flooding, and that's all you need to petrify. And then it's just a question of how long does it take, and that depends a lot on heat, whether there was electricity involved. So this is a piece, an image from Hangman 1128's footage. This is a tiny little chunk, and if we go back to this one here, and you think about that and this, it's very clear that this is the exact same thing, but even bigger. So already at this size, we're outside of the realm of mainstream narratives when it comes to petrified trees and how big they tell us they are. So coal, obsidian, limestone all come from the trees as well. And anyone who doubts that, there's a video. I have two videos, one called Petrified Titans and Organs, Part 1, and another called Part 2, The How and Why. And in one of those videos, I've got a clip from a father-son team that they did this experiment where they created coal. They took a little piece of wood. I should have had that pulled up, but I don't. Yeah, they took a little piece of wood and put it inside of a metal pipe, capped the ends. Oh, they put a little bit of salt water in, capped the ends, so you got pressure like a pressure cooker. Put it in the heat, and within 2 weeks they had coal. And the coal, I think they did carbon dating on it, and the carbon dating, that's also a big joke when you dig into that. It's very inaccurate when you get above thousands of years. So moving right along. So this is an example of what I would call self-evident proof. Like if you don't have the eyes to see that this is petrified wood, I can't help you, but I'm going to show you some other stuff. If you're in denial about what you're seeing here, that it should be very hard for you to deny. But you can see here that someone has broken this section away, and it's literally revealing the grain, and you can still see the color. All right. So again, an example of the agatization of the tree, and you can just barely make out the tree rings here. So you can imagine if this was busted up, you know, people would just be thinking it was an agate. You know, they would not be thinking that came from a tree, but clearly it did, right? So here, with all the breakage, you can see all these little tiny little bits and pieces. So this might be, if we think of this fractally, this would be a tiny branch. These would be tiny chunks of a tiny branch, but each one of these might be 50 feet wide, these little rocks. So that's the kind of size we're dealing with. And again, look at this. There's your plateau. So clearly the petrification, you know, was caused by the mud and the ash and heat and electricity or whatever. So just more examples of petrified tree. All right. So this may be the most important picture to remember as I get into Hangman stuff, because what I'm going to show you is frigging identical, but it's on a scale that will boggle your mind. And this breakdown here, again, you're seeing it's just all these little chunks lying around. And look at the differences in color, right? You're going to have dark, you got red, you got white. The white's going to be your limestone when it's petrified. The red and the browns are going to be your sandstone layers. Hey, Hangman in the chat. Welcome. The man himself. All right, so that is petrified trees. So now we're going to move on to some of Mike's examples here. These are some of my favorites. And at some point, he and I are going to have a conversation soon, I hope, because I've got a whole bunch of questions for him. Things I don't want to make assumptions about, but you know, it's just amazing. So the way these break down, you get like a smooth layer. Now, I don't know if that's because there's some kind of a heat that's caused it to melt, and that's why you've lost the tree rings here. But here you can see the grain of the tree. But if this breaks off underneath, you'll see the grain, and I'll show you examples of that in a moment. So this could be vitrified, but it also can be the way trees break, because I've shown you all of the different, you know, those little square chunks and how they separate. So here is just, you know, straight up examples of the exact same thing, but on a fractal level up. So you could walk between this, and you'll see that I'm telling the truth here, that all of this is got tree grain, but you don't see it here because this is turned gray because it's oxidized from the sun and the wind and the rain, and things have grown on it. So you get this gray look, but it still has, you know, it has everything that wood has. And these are some of my absolute favorite photographs from Mike's footage. You can see the complexity and the beauty with how the sap is. So just think of a tree that's lost a little branch, and then the sap comes out and it seals it. And that's going to petrify a quartz. Now we know about amber, but there's two different kinds of sap, and then every single different species of tree has a slightly different makeup of sap. So you're going to get so many different variations, but you can see the grain, you can see the color here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And this is one of those, I put this in the thumbnail of the video today. If you can't see this as petrified wood, I can't help you. You're blind. You're not able to accept self-evident truths. You probably think you're on a spinning water ball as well that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour with the atmosphere caked to the outside like Velcro, and storms spinning in opposite directions no matter where you go. I'm not saying it's flat, but it's definitely not what they're telling us. Actually, it measures flat, but the question is, what is it as far as the greater story goes? I think there's a lot of examples. So this is Mike demonstrating different examples of the sap that he's gathered, and so a lot of geodes that we see are petrified sap, and you can just see it's exactly what you think of as a geode. This is fresh sap, and this is petrified sap. All right, so again, look at the size of that thing. That would just be a little tiny, insignificant chunk inside one of these great trees. And another gorgeous example. Now, I tried to find the video and I couldn't find it, but in one of the videos, Mike goes up and he breaks off one of these pieces, and it's still wood inside. It hasn't petrified. It's still soft and pliable. So game over, 100% proof and evidence. But these photographs do it as well. So you can see here the grain, and I'm going to show you something in a moment that will drive the point home. So one of the things that Mike made me aware of is that all of maybe not all of it, but the vast majority of the periodic table of elements is all made by the trees. And I say biogeology. Trees are biology, so are beings, right? Different animals, different creatures, humans, giants, all of it is biology. All of it can petrify. And so I think that a lot of the stuff that's out there also comes from not just the trees, but other sources. But I'm totally on board with everything I've seen Mike present so far of it being tree. And nothing I've seen yet conflicts with my own research, which is interesting. And another reason I'd like to talk to him and hear his thoughts. So this is called the Wave. This is, I think it's in Utah, and these beautiful sandstone swirls, right? Now, there's the mud fossil people will tell you that this is muscle, and if you look at muscle striations, it looks, it looks, well, this is under a microscope, but you can get the idea here that you know, if you slice up, you know, meat, you're going to see these striations in the meat. I no longer believe for a second that this is muscle. I think muscle breaks down. It either petrifies to some kind of stone or it breaks down, you know, to earth. This is tree, and this we're going to get to in a minute. But so Paul Cook, he's calling this. He's saying that these kinds of sandstone structures have been squirted from megalithic geopolymer 3D printing machines. That's his new narrative. That all of this sandstone layer that's all over the UK that he's been showing in video after video, that's all been created by some ancient civilization, and they had these massive 3D printers and they squirted it out like it was coming from an ice cream machine. And at first I thought maybe he was, you know, actually, it could be true, right? I found this. Look at this. Look at this. Very interesting. Look at those layers. It must have been squirted out of a 3D printing machine. It's the only possible narrative, according to Paul, when he looks at this sandstone, because of the way it forms. And look at, see these, it's like what do you call them? Topographic lines, you know, on a map or something, right? Well, guess what? It's bark. It's from a tree. So it's not the only explanation, Paul. There are other explanations for what you're seeing there. It didn't have to come, you don't have to invoke some imaginary megalithic 3D printing machine that you have zero evidence for except for the misinterpretation of the empirical evidence that you've been showing everybody. So there's that. Okay. So this is a place that I've been, actually. This is called Angel's Landing. It's in Utah, and it's absolutely magnificent. And it's just more examples of the great trees. And you can see the banding and the layering. You know, once you get into this, it's easy to spot. Now, the meltology people will tell you these are melted buildings, and I'll get to that later. But here you can see the different colors. And you've got the white, and then you've got this. This is just petrified, gigantic cedar. That's all it is. And you can see the lines here. Now I'm going to show you what it looks like when it breaks down. And when it breaks down, it turns to sand. And that's where a lot of the sand comes from. So if you look at the size, well, it's hard to determine the size because we don't have a scale reference. But if you imagine something like this 20 or 30 feet tall, which I'll show you examples of in a moment, or even taller, the softer stuff it's gonna erode during floods. It's also gonna be so soft that you could carve into it with primitive tools, right? So you could make dwellings out of sandstone. Personally, I was gonna ask Mike about this, Hangman, whether he thought that these dwellings I'm gonna show later were carved before petrification or after. And I think I have solid evidence that a lot of the sandstone dwellings that I'll show were carved before they were petrified, which is really fascinating. So it makes you wonder, how long ago was that? But here's examples of a smaller scale. Each one of these darker lines could also be on a macro scale and be 10 or 20 feet wide. So you got it's hard to wrap your mind around how big these trees were. It really is, but the evidence is there. All right, so, all right. Yeah, so here again, you can see all the banding, and then this is kind of a mess here. This is the aggregate I was talking about. So the reason you get this carving away here, this isn't because it's geopolymer. This isn't because it's been poured. It's because the floods came through here and they wiped away the softer materials. Here, it didn't happen, but you're going to see lots of examples of that. This is just a tiny cross-section of one of the great branches. And here's another. Like the mainstream geological narrative just falls apart. They want you to believe that, you know, wildlife and creatures all died and went under the sea floor and got compacted for hundreds of millions of years, and then they got pushed upward through tectonic activity, and somehow magically it just curves like this. And you know, it's laughable actually when you know the truth about it. And more examples of this is like a 4-foot wide piece of sap. And look at the micrograin. So even on a piece that's this gigantic, you know, this might be 20, 30, 40 feet high, you can see that it scales down. It's totally fractal, and this looks still fresh. Look at the color here, right? So, okay, yeah. All right. So, and here you can see this. This is totally a you know, like a little knot of sap in a tree, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I feel like a little kid every time I see these. It just, if I so wish I'd known about this when I was a kid. You know, fed lies for a lifetime. And I've learned more about our realm in the last 4 or 5 years than I did in the rest of my life combined. Those are Mike's dogs, beautiful dogs. I think one of them passed away, one of his best friends. Here, look here. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know if that melted, and that's why it's smooth. It doesn't show vitrification, so pay attention, meltologists. If something is melted, it vitrifies. Right? It should be glassy and smooth. So there's a whole lot of people saying there's melted buildings everywhere that show zero signs of melt. They should have called themselves erodologists instead of meltologists, because 99% of all of the evidence that they are showing shows zero signs of melt. There's no melt. It's not vitrified. If it didn't melt, you know, don't call it meltology. Call it erodology. Change your shirts, change your theme. Stop saying every mountain in the world is a melted building, because you sound like idiots and you make the rest of this community look stupid. People like Jerry D. Camp, you know, he's the only thing that's melted is his brain. All right. Sorry, I'm a little pissed off at these idiots. So anyway, you can see how beautiful it is, right? And we're just going to go through. I mean, look at this. As above, so below, right? It's just like, this is gigantic, and then you got the same species of tree here, and you got smaller versions, and then you got chunks of the gigantic ones. It's all one big happy tree family, and you know, it's just amazing. All right, I think I'm going to breeze through these. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, and here, this is an example. So this turned to coal, right? Because that's charcoaled tree. Well, if the heat is powerful enough, it turns to obsidian. It vitrifies and it turns to obsidian. And yeah, okay, this is what I'm talking about here. So this outer layer, I don't think this is vitrified. Ultimately, I want to see what Mike has to say about that. But I think that this is just the way the wood naturally cleaves, and then if you break away this cleavage section, you can see the detail of the grain, and it's undeniable there. All right. So now think about this, okay? Think about the scale we're looking at here. So this would have swooped upward and started to head towards the sky, right? As would have these. We'll get into this in a future video, but quartz veins is where they get gold and silver And, you know, iron ore is coming from trees. All of this stuff is coming from the trees. So we'll get into that when we get into Paul's sandstone layer in a moment. And oh, look at that. So now you have to think about this as the outer rim of a trunk that probably extended around and was maybe 8-10 miles in diameter, stretching so far up into the sky, and with a canopy that would have blocked everything. That's what the ancients said our realm looked like. You know, if you think about the forests, the rainforests, 80% of the wildlife lives in the canopy. 80%. That's a lot, right? So if they had those giant trees, it was like the Avatar world before the the trees got cut down and then the floods came. This is obsidian, and you can still make out the grain in the obsidian in these pictures here. There you can see the grain a little bit. Here it's completely vitrified. Here it's somewhere in between, and here you can see the grain of the tree trunk. Not tree trunk, but the tree chunk is what I meant to say. Yeah, and that's just one of countless examples. So that is the the hardcore, in my opinion, undeniable evidence for the great trees. If you want to see it in video format and feel like you're there and watch Mike walk around it, I can't recommend it enough. It's been life-changing for me. So now this is super important when we get into Paul's stuff in a moment. Here you got the lines. You can see the layers are still there. Look, it's all broken down to sand. It becomes sand. All right, and there's Mike up there. Hey, but look here. See these sections here? This has all been cut away by the floods. The water has ripped through here, and it's eroded away the softer material. So this is, this might be limestone sometimes. This is going to be sandstone, and you're going to get all kinds of different examples. So, this is just looking. This whole bit here would be one tiny sliver of a ring. Now, imagine this. If this was a lot taller, this is exactly what Paul has been showing all over the UK. The same lines. It's not squirted from a 3D printer. And then he's claiming that this stuff on top is poured concrete. And when I show you the pictures, you're going to just laugh because it's ridiculous. If you think I'm being harsh, wait till you hear what he had to say about me later. All right? Stay tuned if you think I'm being harsh. I'm being gentle. More examples of just the incredible complexity that exists. So we're just paradigm blind. That's another term I coined. We're blinded by the mainstream geological world paradigm about everything. So we don't see the bloody obvious when it's right there in front of our face, right? So look at this. It's almost like you can see the tree bleeding, it's just like these are just all broken up, and look at what it's breaking down to. It's breaking down to rock, and then it'll eventually be sand. And so here's the you can see it's like an in-between stage. This was all tree, all of that right there. And remember that picture I showed you at the very beginning of the tree, the trunk, and then the root systems going out like this in every direction. That's what you're seeing. That's why these are horizontal. They're like, oh, trees grow up. Yeah, they grow up and they grow out and they grow down and they grow diagonal. They grow all of those different directions. And this is what I was talking about before, the aggregate that forms. As the flood hit, it impacted the wood and it embedded rocks and different materials into the wood, and then those later hardened and petrified. So here you see this is not geopolymer squirted from a 3D printer. This is the layering of the tree, and this is the examples of the aggregate. All right, so I think I've driven the point home enough with that. I'm going to show one more bit of damning evidence before we get to Paul's stuff. So here again, you can see the layers, and the layer has eroded, and here it's gone and it's completely turned to sand. Okay? All right. And if you can't see it there, you know, again, I can't help you because it's so obvious that that's what's happening. So the petrified trees became the sand. And then you can heat that sand up and you can vitrify it. Guess how we make windows? We do exactly that. We get sand and we make it vitrified. The word vitro, vitrification, is actually the word for glass in Italian. Same stuff. So vitrification is real. And here, this just gives you an example. Those you know, tiny little chunks, that could be one little bit, right? And if you got down up there close, you might actually be able to see the grain from the sides as well. Look at that. Big trees. And more of that here as well. All right, how's everybody doing? Still with me? I hope the audio is good. Hope you're enjoying the presentation so far. Again, when we get to Paul's stuff, this is going to be some poured concrete on top in his world. This is going to be the layers and then the sand. But he's saying that a lot of this sand has been pushed up. So this all feeds into, it's all a conspiracy narrative where they're trying to hide it all, right? By pushing earth up against the sides of these structures, when in reality, that's just the way the structures are breaking down. All right. So he's calling this render, which is when you want to cover a wall to protect it and seal it. And then on top of that is going to be your paint. Whenever he sees this, it's all rendering. It's rendering, mate. Yeah, and it's getting a little repetitive here with these. So just look at that one there and tell me that that isn't the biggest scale of wood you've ever seen. Derp is asking if I brought anything from Thunderbolt's project into the presentation. No, I'm on board with, you know, a lot of the Electric Universe stuff, and I've made reference to Thunderbolt's project and Mungo Jup's work on instant petrification in the past. I think they've got a lot of interesting theories. I don't necessarily totally agree with their cosmology, but I think that they have a lot to say, and they're way more on track than anything mainstream. So, you know, I mean, look at the majesty of it. This is in Red Rock, I think, Colorado. I think that might be Garden of the Gods down there. I'm not sure. And you know, this is an example of a quartz layer. This is where they go to find the gold. They go to the quartz layers. They go into the sap. The trees are making the gold. The trees are making the silver, and it's in the sap. And so now, after everything I've shown, if you don't realize that that is just a big chunk of tree, then go back and watch it all again, because your eyes haven't adjusted yet. All right. Okay. This is really important as well. So I just want to show the grain is going this way and it's parallel, but notice that this line is perfectly straight and it's going diagonal through the grain. So it's not a vertical break of the grain. It's a diagonal break through the grain. And you would think if it was going to go diagonally through all of these different layers that the break would be jagged. Well, sometimes the break is jagged and sometimes it's perfect. And that's important to realize when we get to Paul's work. So you can see more examples of that here, where the grain is going this way, but the break through the grain is diagonal, okay? So here it's a jagged break, but here it's a straight line. That's super important. All right? All right. Okay, so that's everything I wanted to show about that, and I'm just going to go one more topic here. We're going to get into... I just did a search online for sandstone dwellings, right? because I wanted to, like, what's the deal with the dwellings, right? And so this is not all of these are in Mesa, Colorado, but a lot of them are, or Mesa Verde. I'm not sure which state it's in actually. But obviously these structures have been built by bricks that they made using the materials around them. So I'm not suggesting that this is, I mean, that's a geopolymer, right? A brick is a geopolymer. You've taken natural materials, you've mixed them together, you heated it in an oven, you made a brick. That's a geopolymer. This is not a geopolymer. This is not some massive 40-foot or 100-foot tall concrete poured thing that they put up there just for the heck of it. It's a ridiculous idea, but that's what Paul is claiming when he sees the exact same kind of thing around the UK. Like this, for example. He's calling this poured concrete, and it's ridiculous. So now we're getting into the stuff like what you'll see in the UK, okay? And you know, I have questions. I'm curious to hear what Hangman thinks about the Grand Canyon, for example, because you know, I have so many questions, and he's looked at this all up close and personal for a lot longer than me. So this is an example of what a lot of the meltology people would call a melted building, and I challenge you to find any example of melt anywhere. There's a bit of charring up here, perhaps, so maybe it did get hit with some heat, but there's no example of melt anywhere. There's nothing. It's smooth because of water erosion. It's not smooth because it melted. This has not been, well, this may have been carved out, but this was a natural biogeology formation. And perhaps somebody went in and carved that and then left these as nice little pillars. But here you can see the growth rings of what was very likely one of the root structures of one of these just unfathomably huge structures. So here you can see that this is all natural as well. This has not been poured. This is in the UK. Paul would say that this was squished out of a 3D printer, and then this would be render, and this is just natural stuff that's part of the tree. And when it breaks away, a lot of times you'll see examples of the grain underneath where it's broken away. There's a close-up of it. Whoops. Okay, so again, we're seeing all kinds of different examples of the flow of grain. And again, I just searched for sandstone dwellings. This is the Grand Canyon, I believe, or it might be, no, I'm not sure where that is. And, you know, I have no problem with the idea that people carved something out of here. Maybe there was already a big hole to begin with and they just made it bigger. But to think that this came out of an ice cream machine is silly. And you can see these natural curves. This is exactly what the tree did. So this could have been a knot in the tree. All right, now we're getting to Petra. Now, in the geopolymer pouring narrative, this all had to be poured first, you know, in layers, and then all of these had to be carved out. That was Paul's initial narrative, was that they poured everything and then they carved it out, which is actually absolutely silly. And then later he switched to the 3D printer narrative because that didn't make any sense. And there's all kinds of grain that's going diagonal, and everyone knows that liquid finds its level. So if you're pouring concrete, you know, in the what do they call those things that spin around for the cement trucks, right? They got to keep it spinning, because as soon as it stops, it starts to harden, right? So they're spinning it, and then it's pouring out, and then they put it into a container, and then they level it out and everything, and then it hardens, right? But tell me how you would do that diagonally, right? And have micro thin layering. To get micro thin layering done, you would have to pour it, let it dry, then pour it again and let it dry. And it was a ridiculous narrative. And so in the end, he abandoned it in favor of an even more ridiculous narrative. And that's just the kind of guy he is. So this is Petra. And, does that not scream wood to you? Does this look like something that was poured out of a machine? Now, granted, with 3D printers today, we could put in the right coloring, and we could actually create something like this with a 3D printer. But to say that the whole ancient realm was done like this is just, it's crazy. When you've got the tree narrative, Occam's razor favors tree by light years. Would I say granite is geopolymer? I don't know, actually. I haven't looked into granite that much. I've been focused primarily on limestone and sandstone. But I can tell you that any stone that we know of can be made as geopolymer. There was a... I'll take some questions at the end, by the way, when I get through this. How far into it am I? Oh, I'm only an hour in, so this is going pretty quick. So, all right. So, I've told examples a few times in videos of diorite vases that were in the Athens Museum when I was there, and they remarked on the little sign that we have no idea how they made these because diorite is number 2 on the hardness scale. It's like one step down from diamond. So the only way you could carve it is with diamond, and to do it on a lathe would, okay, maybe if you had diamond drill bits and you were spinning this big chunk of diorite on a lathe and you had diamond, you could carve it. But the problem is the things had narrow necks, right? So it was a vase that came up and then it had a narrow neck and then it had this fine lip. So how do you get the tool inside to empty out the diorite from the inside? It's impossible. There's no way. So the only way that vase could have been made is if it was done on a potter's wheel and then set to harden. Now we have that capability today with fillings, for example. They're working on the filling. In the old days, it was amalgam with mercury and other stuff in, and they had a certain amount of time to work with it, and then it would harden. With the stuff they have today, they do what they want with it, then they hit it with UV light, and within minutes, you can already eat on that tooth. So that's a perfect example of geopolymer. So the point being that geopolymers have been known about for a very long time. And so watch that observation deck series, and you'll see how much of that Paul probably lifted. So here's another example of Petra and the just absolute incredible beauty of that place. And these are just knots in the wood and all the different layering. And it hasn't gotten to the point where it's breaking down to sandstone yet. This is looking like it. It's going to be sandstone soon, right? And look off in the distance. Is that a melted building, or is that just more carved tree? You know what I think by now, obviously. And more of Petra. And look at this. This is just absolutely gobsmacking. Look at that. It's just astonishing. I never knew any of this stuff existed until the last year. So I'm still excited. And look at the roof. This is also interesting. Look here. See the grain on the roof? All right. You've got this white stuff. It's rendering, mate. Or is it just the way the tree grows? And then it breaks off. And when it breaks off, it exposes the rings underneath. And more Petra. Looks like a really cool place. And then you can see here as you get into tunneling that the tunnels have the banding. So they're carving, all of the, I'll get into mining and the stuff with the trees. I've got about 20 videos planned. This whole thing and mulling it over for months has kind of kept me from making videos, and so I'll be moving on after this. I'm done with you, Paul. All right, so yeah, again, this is another site in the UK, and you can see the complexity up here of the grain. You can see it here going this way. And look at this. What did that tree look like when it was alive? To have this kind of coloring, just amazing. Yeah, I think that someone says I'd say they were probably carved into it before it was stone, for sure. And I'll explain the evidence. Actually, I have Paul to thank for the evidence for that for me. So some would say this is melted building, and some would say this was, you know, polymer. But what I say is this is tree, and what gives you all of these different holes is the water whipped through, and it's just eroding the weakest portions of this. And the darker the red, the weaker the material, the lighter it is, the harder, to the point where it's full-blown limestone. And what a photo that is, huh? and this one is kind of fascinating. You know, maybe it's melt, I can't tell. It might be some quartz, so you might be seeing tree mixed with sap here. But of all these photos I've showed, this is the only one where I'm like, okay, maybe there's some melt involved there, but I'm still not even sure of that. It might just be that it's a combo of the quartz with the tree grain. So this is limestone. I'm starting to think that even Paul's limestone narrative is not accurate, and that a lot of the supposed man-made cliffs and things like that he made a number of videos on are actually parts of trees as well. I haven't gone into that enough to really be able to say with any certainty. But look at the grain going this way and the grain going that way. That's another thing, right? They're meeting. The trees have grains that go every which way at all kinds of different angles. And Paul is calling that jointing, and he's saying that it's all man-made, and it ain't. So, and just, I mean, how big must have the tree been? All right, so you get the idea. And here again, this is not rendering because you can see the layers, you can see the grain through it, and then when the rendering is gone, there's more grain. So it's not rendering. There are examples of rendering. I'll show them in a moment. But to say that that's rendering, I think that's inaccurate. And look at the layering of the grain. Okay, this is super important. It comes and it's almost perpendicular to this layer. All right, that's the end of that one. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Paul's evidence. So I am invoking fair use privileges. I'm only using his photographs for commentary and critique. And if you issue a strike against me for doing this, Paul, I will counter-strike you, and I will take you to court if necessary. All right? So don't even think about it. Okay, I already showed these before. All right. Okay, that was just to drive the point home. Okay, so this to me, this is the first thing that I saw from Paul that made me immediately question his narrative about the golden layer. I was on board with everything he was showing up to the point where he started talking about the golden layer. Okay? What is beyond inaccurate? Okay. Anyway. Oops. Where'd it go? Okay. So I thought he was spot on with the stuff he was showing about Malta and about his you know, his adventures on the cliffs in the UK. I thought it was great. And, you know, I've been a fan of Graham Hancock's work for a long time. I read several of his books, and the work that he's done showing, say hello, hi everybody. The work that Graham did, you know, exposing things like Katol Hayuk, Göbekli Tepe, Derinkuyu, all the cave systems, all of this megalithic architecture that exists on a scale that we can't imagine all over the realm. It just dovetails with what people are finding out about the tunnel systems, about the star forts, about everything, like I was saying before. So when Paul started to find this stuff and to you know, come back with this footage, I was absolutely blown away. I'm like, it's all over the UK too, which shouldn't have surprised me really, but it's like, it was just amazing proof. Now, the fact is, whoops. Yeah, the fact is, Paul wasn't the first one in any of these places. He was not the first one to get any of this footage. So even this is not like a feather in his cap of having discovered these sites. You know, many were there before him. But he got some great footage. He got it with high definition cameras, and he was showing it to people, and he was opening eyes. So, you know, I was totally on board. But this particular photo, the reason to me, it debunks his whole narrative is these lines are parallel, and they meet here, and they come down diagonally. So this means that if this was geopolymer, they had to pour this, which I could understand them pouring this, but how the heck did they pour diagonally? And why would they pour diagonally and have it meet in perfect unison with all of these lines? And then after doing that, they went in and carved out these structures. Does any of that make sense? It does not make sense. How, you know, he's got 70,000 subs, and all the people are on board, and they're like, oh, Paul, tell us the truth, you know? And nobody is critically thinking about this stuff. And if they do, and they ask any questions, he blocks them. He's a coward who can't take criticism. And he's created a nice little echo chamber, and he's going to be behind a paywall soon. And I'm making this video because not only do I want the information about the great trees out there, but also because this is an incredibly important puzzle bit for understanding that the great tree narrative is undeniable, and a lot of these ancient structures that we're seeing are incredible further proof of what I've already been showing. So then he's talking about all these little holes. There's a lot of holes throughout these geopolymers, and we're going to get into geopolymer in a minute when I've gone through some of his footage, and I'm going to show you what happens when you pour. And the different kinds of holes that are made. But these diagonal lines, for me, that was it. No, and so we'll get to the timeline of my communications with Paul, because long before I came out publicly, I had lots of private communications with him, and I'll share all of those. So Paul first was calling this, before he got on the 3D printer narrative, he was saying that these are squidge marks from sacks, and you can see that the sack was shaped like this, and that's how it was made. And now that you've seen all the other stuff that I showed in the first hour, you know that this is water erosion. This is the layers of a tree, and it's mixed in with all kinds of stuff that came after. There is actual rendering there. We'll show it in a moment. So there's your micro layering. This he would call rendering. It might also be part of the tree. I can't tell from this photo. But here, this is you know, from one of his videos. This is micro layering, and it's breaking down to sand. Okay, it's the exact same stuff I've been showing you all over North America, where there are no structures. There's no buildings. There's nothing. It's just nature, right? And it grew that way. And it's absolutely beautiful. And when you start to see these structures, he's saying that this is poured concrete that was laid on top, right? Why on earth would they do that? I feel like Karen B talking to Jerry Camp right now. It's just a ridiculous idea. Here's some charring. This is probably because, you know, people a long, long time ago had fires in here. And you can see that even when this chunk broke off, it's still got the layering in there. These are geopolymers. That's a geopolymer. That's a geopolymer. That's a geopolymer. 4 different kinds of geopolymer, not geopolymer. He's calling this block work. He's saying that these are joints. They're not. It's just the tree. And then he had a ridiculous one for this one. He's saying that this is proof that these layers came down first, and then this was the last one to get squirted out of the machine right here. And then, you know, then what? Then they came and they carved this out? What a joke. By the way, anyone is welcome to use anything from this video. If you guys want to do parody about me, fine. But, you know, this is, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna strike anybody for using any of this. So if you have any portions of this that you particularly like, feel free to clip them out and share them around, because people need to wake up from this delusion. I really feel sorry for this person here, because she's in with the wrong guy. I can tell you that. And we'll talk about that as well. But here you can see the curve in the ceiling and the layers, and it's all connected. And yeah, so now he comes back to this over and over again. You can see his little makeshift attempt to create the same thing. None of the geopolymer that he's created exhibits any signs of any kind of microlayering. I challenge you, Paul, come up with any geopolymer with microlayering. Go for it. Try it. See what you get. Unless you use a 3D printing machine. And then you got to tell me, like, okay, where's the evidence of 3D printing machines of this kind of a scale that could have done this long before cities existed? Because all the cities are on top of these sandstone structures, as you've said many times. Now he's saying this is clearly wood planking after everything I've showed already. Clearly not. These lines, he's saying that the limestone is seeping out of these lines. That's not what's happening. This is just how the tree grows. And when you look at the ceilings of these places, you'll see the growth rings. Now, this might be render on top. I don't know. Honestly, that one I'm not sure about. But look, there's one of your diagonal lines going right through all the layers. Why would a 3D printer do this? Right? But that's how wood fractures. Okay, this is I think from Paul's footage, this is one of the most important things that I'll show here when it comes to the trees, not to geopolymers. So he's saying that this couldn't have been wait, I can't remember what he said about it. I don't want to misquote him, but so you can see that the line is still here. Oh, that's what he was saying, is that this had to have been poured because if you carve into this at all, this sandstone is so soft that you can scratch it with your finger and the lines will disappear. It's because we're in the late stages of the breakdown. It's on the verge of being sand, okay? So if you go up and you scratch it, yeah, the lines are going to disappear. So they carved this. Clearly, this is not a natural formation. And he's got all kinds of examples of cables and wires going through this stuff. You know, he's got a light switch on one wall. Clearly, people lived here. Clearly, there was rendering. Clearly, they had paint. And I'll get to that in a second of why they had that stuff. You know, this is very likely rendering right here. Okay, so, well, I'll just say it now. If this is breaking down to sand, it's not going to make for a very comfortable living environment, right? So what are you going to do to prevent that further breakdown? You're going to create some kind of a polymer, and you're going to smear it all over the walls, called rendering, right? I learned that term from Paul, so thank you, Paul, for teaching me about rendering, right? And then you can paint over that to beautify it. You know, my guess is in the ancient days, they didn't need to do any beautification because all they had to do was carve into the wood, maybe polish it, maybe give it a little stain or something. And can you imagine how beautiful these dwellings must have been back in the day? Oh, man. So anyway, he's saying it couldn't possibly have been carved It had to have been poured for the simple reason that the lines are still there. Okay, so this is when I realized, thank you, Paul. Now I know that they carved into this when it was still wood. There's your proof. It was still wood when they carved it. So, wow, that means these structures predate the petrification and the flooding. So that fits in with the Bible also, right? God had the trees cut down and they laid for a long time and they decomposed. And then came the floods and whatever electrical activity that, and volcanic activity and ash and all of the other, ways in which petrification occurs. And so, we see the results of that, but this was wood to begin with. And I just I can only imagine what it must have been like back in the day to live in these kinds of structures. So here you can see the curving grains. So you got parallel lines here, you got diagonal here, and look, this diagonal line goes all the way back here. That's not proof of pouring in geopolymer. That's just the continuation of the grain. And yeah, they must have carved these out. Probably a lot easier to carve them out when they were wood, though, I would guess. And yeah, so this is not jointing. And again, I think this is from the fires. I don't think that this is like the beginnings of some vitrification, But look at this here. Here you've got those lines meeting, at these odd angles again. It's biological. It's biogeology. And this is not poured concrete. This is either part of the tree that's breaking down, or it's part of the slurry flow from the floods that then later hardened and petrified. And so it's creating this aggregate that looks like concrete. All right, so moving right along. Okay, this is a screenshot from one of his videos, and he's saying it's skin on the sandstone. It's geopolymer, and this is just if it's skin, why would it also have that line? And why would the lines be the same as what's behind it, right? If it's two different materials. And then this is the whole pushing up against the stuff narrative. There's all this earth that could very easily have been deposited by hold on. Not sure what happened there. There we go. Back to that. All right, how are we doing, everybody? Still 5x5 on the sound and video and everything. Just waiting for a go ahead. Thanks for being here, everybody. I don't know how many are watching. Good. Okay, I'll continue. So this is his favorite picture when it comes to this narrative, because it's really the only section of everything that he's shown that really does look like wood planks. And he comes back to this all the time. And yeah, it looks like wood because it's wood. And here, I mean, come on. This is like what I was showing at the beginning when I was joking around. I was saying, look, proof of geopolymer, right? Came from a machine. It had to. It's the only possible way you could get this structure, is if there was a machine on top that squirted out, and that was the last little bit of the layer, like in an ice cream machine. Oh wait, except wood also grows that way. So which which fits Occam's razor better. Okay, and this is some great stuff. So this is clearly rendering, and there's electrical inside. So that's, I'm not sure, like, you know, did they put in that stuff later, or did the people who carved it out when it was still wood put that stuff in? And if they did, they had tech, and they must have had the most amazing dwellings. It's just, and you can see it's all just breaking down to sand, just like in the stuff I showed you from North America. In his narrative, this is all poured. So this is limestone. So this is another reason I think he's wrong about the limestone narrative as well, because this doesn't make any sense. This would have had to have been geopolymer or 3D printer poured, and not buying it, not for a minute. Doesn't make any sense. And then he loves to talk about lines like this. He's found lines of iron. Oh, it's proof of geopolymer, you know, without a doubt, 100%. It's always 100% with him, right? Until it's not, and then he switches his narrative, and then it's 100% again. And guess what? Trees make gold and silver and all kinds of metals. So that narrative falls apart too, Paul. And I tried to save you the public embarrassment about you know, doing this stream, but you were too pig-headed to see it. So here you see the layering, the curved ceiling, and here's one of the iron sections that he loves to talk about as well. And yeah, there's a bit of rendering, but just because there's rendering here doesn't mean that all of this is also man-made, right? That's a leap that you claim to have proven, and you haven't proven it at all. And all right, there he is. This is clearly rendering. So you've got different kinds, and then they probably painted on top of that. And there's more of the jointing. He's saying this is proof that it was polymer. It's all block work. It's block work. Look at the block work, right? It's not block work. It's tree. Oh, I loved watching his mental gymnastics as he was reviewing this for the first time in his videos, because this is clearly rendering. So this has to be man-made also, and because look at the swirls, and you know, he's like, I don't even remember how he was explaining it the first times around, but you know, he evolved his ideas, which is good. You should evolve your ideas, and you should take in new information and adapt. But you shouldn't turn a blind eye to information that is directly related to your research if you're an honest researcher. I'm going to, okay, I'll give an example. You know, lots of people are into the whole transvestigation thing. Like, oh, there's a lot of trannies out there, you know, and so-and-so's the opposite sex of what they claim to be and everything. And it's like, I think it's a ridiculous topic to really be passionate about and study in depth, because you can never prove it. Like, even if you see him naked with all the operations, you can't really prove it. You know, even if Michelle Obama is a transgender, you know, who knows, you know, but the point is this, like, if somebody came to my channel, which is all about geology and biology and petrification, and they're like, mate, you got to take a look at all this information about transgenders, and I'd be like, okay, man, it's not really interesting to me. It's not relevant to me. I could really care less about the topic, you know, but if they kept doing that over and over again, I'd be like, all right, just back off, man. You're being rude. Now, that's very different from someone coming to me and going, I've got a lot of information that proves that the things that you're saying about the stones are wrong, right? I've got a whole lot of information that proves that a bunch of the stuff in your videos is wrong. If I ignore that person or block them, I am the ultimate hypocrite, right? I haven't done that. You can go, you'll see, you know, go through my first video on my channel. Look at all the criticism that's there. Look at the dialogue. Look at the thousands of messages that I've replied to. And I've done all of that with no compensation. I mean, the amount of money this channel has made me in 4 years wouldn't pay my bills for 1 month. Think about that. All right. I've never asked for subs. I've never asked for money. I appreciate all the donations, you know, it's wonderful. A lot of it has gone back into things like microscopes and paying for a 400 euro CAT scan and other stuff. So, yeah. I think I've driven the point home. I've got a whole bunch of notes here that, you know, if people want to see these in higher definition and hear, you know, his outlandish claims, go for it. Go listen to him. But if you send him money when I finish the stream, knowing the stuff that I'm going to show you, because I haven't gotten to the personal stuff yet. If you send him money, you're a fool, in my opinion. Okay, this is interesting here. This he talked about a lot in the very beginning, and this is one of the things that made me think the limestone narrative was true, because this is clearly tool marks, right? Well, why would they put tool marks in it? They put tool marks in it so that the render will stick. Because if it's a surface that's like porous and not, you know, and not very solid, then you need the tool marks there. Otherwise, whatever you stick to the side of it isn't gonna stick. So I'm on board with that as well. And again, here's more aggregate. So is this part of flooding, or is this just an aspect of the tree? Now, if it's got smaller stones in it, I would suggest that this came as a result of flooding and then sat here and then eventually turned into an aggregate. So I'm not going to go into everything. I just saw Nikki B's in the chat. Shout out to Nikki B. He's got a small channel, like 1,500 subs or something like that. He knows Paul personally. They met several times and went around to some of these sites in a place called Kimber. This might be Kimber here that we're looking at. In Paul's world, that whole block there was all squished out of a 3D printer. And my question is, why? What would the point of that be? So that then you can go in and carve into it? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Anyway, Nikki B is another who has had a falling out with Paul. I heard his story yesterday or the day before. It's all a blur to me now. I can't remember. I really feel for the guy because Paul went on the attack big time, claiming he was stealing his research and he was doing all these things, and I don't believe it for a second. I think Paul lies through his teeth every single day. So anyway, you know, again, I think this is just tree. I think they carved into it when it was wood, and then it later petrified because of the great floods and other things. And the reason this is looking upward inside of one of the dwellings. Paul found this, and you can see the growth lines through there. You know, this is not rendering because you can see the line continues back. This is just all part of the great trees. And it's so amazing. These they carved out, and I'm sure wooden beams went in here. So this was a loft up here. And then I think a lot of these, some of the holes are carved out so that they can run cables. But I think this is just the pores that you see in the wood. A lot of those holes look like natural occurring pores. Like, okay, if you know, why would they carve into this? And if it was bubbling from the geopolymer, I'm going to show you what that looks like in a moment. It's not. Again, almost fully broken down to sandstone there. It looks like it turns to dirt, right? This is looking up at a ceiling, and you can see the layering. All right, and here's Paul talking about sedimentary rock formation. He and I are in perfect agreement that this is not come about the way official mainstream geology tells us. Okay, the whole layering of dead creature thing, BS. And he thinks he's proven it because he's not found any shells. There's no coral. There's no skeleton. Nothing. There's no wildlife in this, and that's because it was tree and it grew that way. Okay, but he's right about the mainstream narrative being a joke, and I proved that with limestone. How long ago? over a year ago. I've got videos where I took 1000x microscopy to the limestone that's all around me, and we'll get into that in a minute. Anyway. So again, this is just absolute proof of the carving that water does, in my opinion. This was not poured this way. Why the heck would they pour this and create these little curved channels? Is that so it's convenient to walk through? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The amount of mental gymnastics that he's had to go through to support this narrative is astonishing, really. Especially after being given the information. I never wanted to make this video. It pained me, and I've agonized over this for months. So and you know, again, here you got lines and you got swirls. It's just like, how do you do that with a 3D printer? And again, here's another example of something that he was initially claiming was poured, and then they just carved this out. Like, what would the point be? And yeah. More rendering. Okay, clearly rendering, stuck to the outside, clearly rendering, and I think that's it. That's all I want to show from Paul. Okay. So now, let me just look at my notes. And so we talked about squidge marks, crisscross layering, sea life, sedimentary layers, lack of striations. That's just because the you know, once it's turning to the really soft sandstone, it wears away. So Paul should call his new theory, instead of calling it geopolymer, he should call it ABT, anything but tree, right? That's should be Paul's new moniker, anything but tree, because his golden layer is not geopolymer, unless you've got a melted brain. Okay, so, all right, so this conflict began a few months back, but I'm going to show evidence. This is the story. So now we're getting into, this is the, let's see, wait a minute. It's just opinions, mate. You've got your opinion. I've got mine. All right. So I supported him when he had 2,500 subs. I was donating financially to him. I shared a bunch of info with him on geopolymers and also the mud flood plumbing, because he was a plumber. I love the fact that he was just an everyday guy with a working man's background who was looking at the realm with new eyes and was was questioning mainstream narratives and discovering stuff that didn't match up. And I think that's awesome. And I think he should keep doing that. And if he shows some humility and apologizes to a bunch of people that deserve apologies, he might be able to patch things up. He could pivot and become stronger for this and change his character a little bit, and it might all work. But I doubt it. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. We'll see. I introduced him to Scaliola through the observation deck videos. So he made videos about Scaliola, he made videos about geopolymers, then all of a sudden he was making up his own recipes for geopolymers. Isn't that convenient? I'm gonna show the timeline with our texts in a moment. He and I were friends on Telegram. I was giving him all kinds of encouragement privately. We were sharing voicemails with each other. And then eventually what happened was Stuffed Beagles started a WhatsApp group for content providers. So there were about 15 of us in this, and there were a number of people in there that were great researchers, several of whom I've done live streams with. Bernie was in there, Autodidactic, Andreas Exertus, and So that WhatsApp group started, and it was just awesome, you know, from the get-go. At one point, Paul went on the attack against John Levi, and I wasn't in agreement with that. So there was some back and forth about different opinions. Then he had a falling out with his girlfriend, and he painted her out to be just a truly nasty person. He said lots of awful things about her in the both in the WhatsApp group and in his live streams. And apparently they've patched things up in the weirdest way, which I'll talk about in a minute. But and then, like I said, he had a falling out with Nikki B as well. And he said horrible things. I shared the audios with Nikki B, and we talked about it, and he basically confirmed exactly what I suspected without ever hearing a word of Nikki B's story. It went down pretty much exactly as I had envisioned. So I wanted to avoid completely being antagonistic with Paul or confronting him in any way. When he started in with the golden layer stuff, I had private discussions with him, and he's just like, no, when I started talking about the trees, he said that I'm not into body parts, man. I'm not one of these biology people. He was talking about the mud fossil people, and I think a lot of the stuff that comes out of Roger makes sense, and a lot of it is just nuts. And a lot of his followers are just like, Roger, everything you say is the truth, and then they go on an attack. And so Paul was showing a lot of stuff in the UK, a lot of this sandstone, and people were saying, oh, that's part of a titan, or it's part of a giant, and it's what you're looking at there is the muscle of a giant. And Paul is just like, well, where's the rest of the body? And there's no bones, and there's no skeleton, there's no nothing, So I don't blame him for thinking they were a little bit nuts. But I tried to send him videos about the trees when he got on the sandstone thing. And he refused to watch them. I'm like, but this is directly related to your research. You're saying a bunch of stuff that I think you might be wrong about. And I was very delicate about how I phrase things. And Paul eventually blocked me on Telegram, and I didn't know it, but on Telegram, if someone blocks you, it deletes the entire conversation from both sides. So all of these wonderful audios that I had with Paul, those are all gone. I don't have them as evidence, but it got to the point where we had a really good connection. I invited him to Spain. I said, hey, come on down. I'll put you up. We'll go out. We can take a look at star forts. We can hike up to the mountain. I can show you some of this stuff firsthand that I've been making videos about. And I can show you some of these, the Heartstone collection I have. And he was a little put off by the Heartstones. He's like, nah, mate, I think you're barking up the wrong tree. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm like, that's fine. It doesn't have to make sense to you. I'm not pushing my opinion on you. You can see him for yourself, if you ever come. Because there was a point where he was ready to buy a ticket because he was going to be moving out of his apartment. He was going to Malta on March 7th. And he had a 2-week span of time where he wasn't going to have a place to live. And I'm like, you know what? You can get down here real cheap. You can stay with me for a while, and we'll go around and we'll look at all this stuff. And then you can head to Malta. And I'm a chiropractor as well, and I even offered him free chiropractic care, and he was thrilled about that, right? And so that was where it all was, even with the limestone layer and our differences of opinion. I had a lot of respect for him at that point. I thought he was doing incredible work. He was a content machine, putting out all kinds of great videos, and the research group just absolutely loved him. He was the darling of the of the group, and his work was cherished. And so I had no intention of ever making a video like this one or going public against him. I thought we would have a dialogue between researchers, and I could share this information with him that was counter to his narrative, as I would hope anybody out there, any fellow researcher, anything about my research that you disagree with, that you think you have evidence that's counter to it, send it to me. I'll take a look, and I'll address it. That's what you should be doing if you're an honest researcher. You can't just cherry pick and turn a blind eye to things that might prove you wrong, which is exactly what Paul's done. So I don't expect anyone to agree with me on everything or anything. I may be wrong about everything I've said in this video, but that's the right approach in my opinion. So anyway, when he deleted the Telegram, I lost all of that information. So, barking up the wrong tree, body parts. It's just a load of cobblers, mate. It's a load of cobblers. And then speaking of load of cobblers, he made a video on Devil's Tower. This is after he got on the Geopolymer thing. And he like just looked at some footage and started claiming the Devil's Tower is 100% geopolymer. I couldn't find the video. I don't know which one it was. It might have just been a part of one of his other bigger videos. But he concluded 100% that Devil's Tower was a superstructure that was made of geopolymers. And, I don't know what to say about that. But I don't know if Devil's Tower is a tree. I put out a little short video on my channel about a week or two ago, just looking at an interesting theory. I'm not on board with the theory. I think it's fascinating. Thinking about the fractal level of reality and how big these trees must have been, and then looking at different kinds of fungus, and they grow exactly like Devil's Tower. So that's an interesting video. Check it out if you haven't seen it. I didn't want to create any drama. I wasn't interested in doing anything that hurt the truther community or sowing discord. But when Paul admitted to me several times that he hadn't reviewed any of the footage related to the trees that I'd sent him, that he wasn't interested in seeing the information that I sent about that I was sending about limestone, I realized that he was kind of hypocritical. But rather than call him out publicly, and I just want to say before that, I just want to say that I understand that no content creator has any obligation to review anything that I say. It's not like you have to do what I say. But like I said before, if it's directly related to your research, you should be interested in it. If you're not, you're a hypocrite. And a lot of creators are so busy making videos that they don't have time. They don't have time to review a lot of other people's information. So I get that. I understand that. Let's see. Yeah, so, but what I was getting from him was, you're not going to convince me, mate. Body parts people, a bunch of religious fanatics, and it's all they do is point and claim. And then he said the same thing about me, point and claim. And all I can say, Paul, is you should have reviewed my research before calling me out for pointing and claiming, because there's a hell of a lot more to it than that. I mean, just on the Heartstones alone, just to give a little breakdown of that, found a stone that looked like a heart, way too much like a heart. Immediately recognized a bunch of anatomic features. Got out the anatomy books. Purchased an endoscopic camera. Found 20 plus anatomical correlations to that one stone. That's astronomical from a probability perspective. Asked the question, is it possible to find more? Went out searching live, posted live videos, found that there's a reoccurring pattern in the stones that doesn't make any sense when it has to do with erosion and bouncing around in river bottoms, right? Way too complex, way too specific, and it all perfectly matches heart anatomy, which it shouldn't if it's just random broken rocks that got smoothed out. So I went out live, I found more. So further recognition of a clear pattern. This is the scientific method in action here. I broke them open. I've got a video called Broken Hearts Tell Tales on my channel. Some of them look damn near bloody inside, and they have chambers inside of them. I sliced them open. I went to a grinder. I got all the different grades of sandpaper to polish them up and showed that there's anatomical features when you slice them open. Then I got a microscope, 1000x microscopy. I went through the stones live. I've gone through the limestone that has to do with Molten Go and all the research I've done on the mountain. I did a CAT scan that cost me 400 euros. I sent the stones to a laboratory in the United States, which turned out to be a complete shit show. Those guys were a joke. They totally, well, you got to see Paradigm Crushed and just see the joke of an approach that they took to research. And I have so many beautiful examples that have been sent to me by subscribers all over the world who have thanked me profusely for opening their eyes to this as a possibility. And a lot of the samples that have been sent to me in pictures are more beautiful, and some are more detailed than the ones that I've shown. So if that's your idea of point and claim, and you're the one doing real research, show me anything else besides point and claim. You're Mr. Point and Claim. It's all geopolymers, mate. Right? Where's your evidence? Because something looks like something, and then you invoke some giant megalithic device that had to have existed and no longer does? What a joke. So anyway, go back to where I was. I jumped ahead there. All right. So I tried to avoid calling him out. I didn't even want to call him out in the research group. And then eventually I crafted a very, very careful letter that I posted in the research group. Now, Paul accused me later and called me a lot of names of embarrassing him publicly. I don't call calling out a fellow researcher on weaknesses in their argumentation in a group called Old World Researchers public embarrassment. That's private embarrassment in front of fellow researchers. So when I posted that email, and I'll show you exactly in a moment because we're going to get into the files now, and I'm going to prove every single thing that I've said. I'm going to prove it with timestamps and photographs and you name it. So let me do that now, actually. Moving right along. All right. Quick access, Geopolymer. Here we go. Okay. So let's start with this. I may not read all of this stuff because it'll take so long, but it's there and you can pause it and you can see for your own eyes that I am not lying about anything I'm saying here today. So let me go back to desktop. There we go. All right. So this is our Patreon communications. His account later got axed, so it doesn't have his name here. I think he created a new one after the fact. But you can tell from the writing who this is. And so I said, Paul, really enjoying. This is March 2021. This is over 2 years ago. He only had 8 videos on his channel when I became a patron. Okay? So really enjoying your work and insights. Hope you can start to make enough to take this full time. I wanted him to make enough money to travel the world and do what he was doing. Okay? I was totally like, do it, man. This is great. Take him down. Take down the mainstream narrative because it sucks. You know? I said, you have a gift. Don't know if you're familiar with my channel, Stellium 7, but you might like to take a look. Both John Levi and Philip Georginen mentioned it in their most recent videos. All the best to you. Keep up the great work. Thanks, mate. Not quite there full-time, but hoping to. Thank you for the donation. I've seen your videos. Wicked stuff! Exclamation mark. Okay, wait till you see what he says about me later. Maybe we could give each other a shout out. I gave Paul probably a dozen shout outs. Never got one from Paul. All the best, brother. Okay. Hey, Paul, continue to enjoy your great work. That was mad. The Malta-esque ruins in England. Made a nice mention of you and your work in my recent interview with Philip Georginen recently. Towards the end, if I recall correctly. Going on tonight with Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez. I talked him up a bunch in that interview as well. And then I said, if you haven't seen this, you'll be glad you did. This is regarding the tech inside the mud flooders. So this is one of my favorite subjects, and I should have a link ready, but I don't. How can I find it quick? Okay, UAP did a video. UAP mud flooders, maybe? Did that pull it up? Oh, maybe it's in my UAP. Here it is, right here. I'll post it. This is an amazing, amazing video that's so important because it shows that the old world architecture in New York, here, I'll post it in the chat. This guy here that you see on the screen, he's receiving at some organization, I don't remember the name of it, he's receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award because he's like one of the only remaining guys in the world that knows how to work on this ancient plumbing from the old world. A lot of the new guys that have been, brought up in the educational system, they go in and they try and fix, these devices that are, malfunctioning or something, or get them going, and they jimmy rig them in ways that almost ruin them and can cause them to create like a backflow that can even lead to explosions. And he's saying that this is happening because they have no idea how elegant the old world was when it came to these devices and what they were doing. And this is amazing. I love telling this story. So the way that they were powering the buildings, I mean, we've got all this stuff with like electrostatic tethering and the voltage increase, and that you can pull energy out of the ether, and everyone's talking about the spires that are on top of the buildings and the domes and all, were these devices. Well, this is proof that they had old world tech. And what they did is they drove shafts down into the ground, and the further down you go, the hotter it gets. Like, I can't remember the name of it, but in Russia, the deepest hole ever dug is only 12 kilometers deep. They get down to a point where it just melts their drill bits. They can't get any further. So, at 12 kilometers, game over. Well, you go down deep enough, it gets hot enough to heat water to the boiling point, right? So what they did is they drove one shaft down and had another shaft coming up, and they would pipe water down, and that water would heat to the point of boiling and turn to steam. And so that steam conversion rate is 1 to 1700. So 1 liter of water will give you 1700 liters of steam, which is a crazy amount of expansion if you think about it, right? We never notice it when we're boiling water on our stoves because it just goes off into the air, because that's what atmosphere does, unless it has a barrier, like our firmament. So the gas is expanding, and that expansion is used to turn turbines and the hot gas is piped up into the radiators. So they're heating the buildings, they're powering turbines with this, and it's free energy and it's limitless. All they need is water. Once the structure is in place, that building is taking care of itself for as long as the building lasts. So that's what this video is all about. I highly recommend watching this because it's very, very, very interesting. So I sent that to Paul, and he starts doing videos on. I don't know if he did one on that particular subject, but he writes back, "Hey Mike, I'm good. I'm good, brother. Thank you. How's tricks? I know. I see the Philip one. I'm honored, mate. You like my work, and vice versa. Loving yours too. I'm going to do a little segment on you, if all right, the end of my next video." He never did that. "I'll check the link now. Thanks, brother. Big up, Mike. Take it easy, amigo." And then he's like, "What the heck, mate? I'm 5 minutes into it. I know it's going to be a cracker. Cheers, mate." He's talking about the video I linked, okay? I said, "I knew you'd love that one. Full-blown confirmation of ancient geothermal tech, the 1 to 1700 conversion ratio, blah, blah, blah." It's all the stuff I just explained. Then I added this. If you haven't seen these two, they're an absolute must. Many puzzle bits fell into place for me regarding megalithic building techniques. No more need for anti-gravity explanations or even quarrying and transport of gigantic stones. Just make them right there, on site, and set the polymer, just like dentists do nowadays with polymer fillings. Hit them with UV, and when done shaping, voila! Elegant, simple, and Occam would approve. And those 2 links right there are to the parts 1 and 2 of observation decks videos, which I'll link part 1, and you have to go find part 2 on your own here. All right. So those are must-see videos as well if you're interested in all of this stuff. If you're not, don't bother. All right. Yeah, so I said it also explains the ridiculously detailed sculptures and things like delicate, narrow-necked vases made of diorite on the hardness scale, which could not possibly have been made on a lathe, probably turned on a potter's wheel, then set. Bang. He did videos on sculptures. He did videos on the scagliola, which is how they made these geopolymer columns. Like when I was in the Vatican and I was in the St. Peter's Cathedral, I was just amazed. Like they're rose-shaped granite, emerald-colored. Like I said, rose-shaped. I'm getting tired now. Rose-colored, emerald color, all of these different colors. I didn't even know stone came in those colors. Well, they can actually color the stone, and then they can set it, and it's all a geopolymer technique. So here he's thanking me for the heating video. It was epic. It's incredible. I knew there was something going on. You know, you'd think so here's proof he didn't know about that before I shared it with him in 2021. Did he give me a shout out? Did he thank me? Never friggin' once. Okay? So I'm a heating engineer myself. So this was like watching vintage porn. Oh, he ought to know about porn. Just watch the stoned sailor man. Looks good, but the rope looks immaculate, though, as if it had been recently cast. But the dude looks mental. I'm talking about, there's another video I linked. I don't even remember. It's about some petrified people. So I knew you'd like the one. Then I shared a bit of my research. And this video right here actually was when part 6, Unveiling a Titan, I went after somebody else who was criticizing me in that video for not doing any boots on the ground or research. And that was when I pulled out the microscope. So he's just stupid, the things that he said about me, and you'll see him in a moment. When I haven't been entirely unbusy, though, for the... And then SGT report, that interview I did with SGT got 150,000 views before it was yanked when SGT Report's channel was taken down during the YouTube purge, during the whole election, and anyone who dared to counter the mainstream narrative. Yeah, so that was back in 2021, Paul, 2 years ago. Wait till you guys see the things that he said. All right. So what set this whole conflict off was this video right here. My good buddy Ben was in this video. Old World Florida. His channel is amazing. Shout out to Old World Florida. If you ever want to do a video on limestone, I would love to do it with you, because you were showing all kinds of amazing stuff in Florida. This was a fantastic live stream. Paul started showing some of his stuff from Malta, and looking at all these different layers. Wow, that looks like grain, doesn't it? That's limestone. Wonder if it was tree. Maybe it was poured. I don't know. You know, I still haven't made up my mind. Now these are carved into. I've got stuff that looks like this here in my neck of the woods in Spain, which I'll do a video on at some point. So they were talking about all kinds of limestone, and nothing that they were showing was anything like anything that I have shown in my videos. I've done a lot of videos specifically on limestone. So here's a biology walk and talk. This is the first live stream I ever did. Or wait, is it? Let me just check. No, this is a short. This is just 2 minutes. I cover all this stuff in the very first live stream I ever did. I was nervous as heck. So biology tidbits, limestone or bone, and then if you go back to, if you click on the live chat on my channel, you'll see that first video where I went through a bunch of stuff. So anyway, they're talking limestone, and I'm in here somewhere, and I'm just like, oh, this is so amazing. But I was working. Like I could have hopped in because they would have given me a link, and I could have started sharing some of the limestone stuff. But I was working, seeing patients, and I could only just send messages every once in a while. Okay, so that night in the Old World Researchers group, I wrote, I was so itching to jump in there. I've got a whole bunch of stuff to add to the theme of limestone, and none of it was covered today. Maybe the four of us could do a stream later in the week or next week. This is February 6th. So this is 3 months and 3 weeks ago to the day. All right. So this was Paul's response in the group. Listen to this.
Yeah, man. I mean, Mike, why don't we do a session, mate? I'd definitely be up for doing something, a little something, you know? So let us know. Let us know, brother. Also, Luke, man, let us know. Cam, everyone else.
Luke is ancient
Streets of
historia.
Tartaria, share us.
Luke is ancient historia. I think he's been in the chat this evening. Shout out to him. He was helping me try and solve my audio problems. I was trying to do this stream 2 days ago and had all kinds of stuff going on with OBS and microphone and whatnot. So thanks, Paul. Luke, Ancient Historia. Check out his channel. Maybe somebody can link it. And he's done a lot of videos on Tartaria and mapping and all kinds of stuff. And I haven't had a chance to see, I've seen one, and what I saw I liked, but based on that, I'm already, happy to give a shout out to check out his stuff. And so he was mentioning Brittany in there. He mentioned Campbell. Yeah, so I don't know. Let me just check with the chat real quick here and make sure you could hear that. Because it's important, and I don't know why it's not going back to one. There we go. Okay. So just give me, let me know if you were able to hear that audio or if I need to turn it up. Good. Okay, you could hear it. Excellent, because these are important. All right. So one more time, just thinking about all of the stuff that I've shared with you so far. This live stream with these guys, and me just loving every minute of it and wishing I was there to share. And Paul responds with,
I'd definitely be up for doing something, a little something, you know? So let us know. Let us know, brother.
let us know, brother.
Also, Luke, man, let us know. Cam, everyone else. Streets of Tartaria, share us.
Streets of Tartaria,
Brittany,
I have
anyone.
no respect
If you
for.
want to do a little link up, let me know. Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah. So then that date is right there. February 6th. This is February. Nope, I'm not ready for that one yet. This is February 9th. This is 3 days later. Sorry, there's an awning being pulled in by a machine. Hold on, the sound will get better in a second. Okay, so from the time this video happened, and then I posted this, 3 days later, Paul is doing another live stream. We've had no communication in those 3 days since he said, yeah, let's do a little something, something, brother. And then he's doing a live stream. And guess what he's talking about? He's talking about limestone once again. And I'm saying, you know, well, you can see here.
The video when I made granite. I made granite to prove to people that you can cast and mold granite in any shape or form that you want.
You mean from the recipe you probably got from Observation Deck, Paul? Or did you just come up with it on your own magically because you're such a smart guy? And the sandstone, same thing. Clever.
Me, I'm just a plumber from Southend, and if I can do it, I'm sure these ancient people could do it.
Especially after you saw the recipes.
We should talk limestone soon. Stellium, I love you, mate, but like, honestly, man, stop trying to convert me into biology. It's not right. You got your faults, I've got my faults. It's like a Muslim trying to ram a bloody Quran down a Christian's throat. It's just disrespectful.
Disrespectful. Sorry to disrespect
so it could be a comment.
you, Paul.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Intention to try and suggest that we do the very thing that you said. Let's do that, brother. 3 days before. Like, what are you on drugs? Like, what is wrong with you? You're not a normal person. And it's like there were 250 people live in his chat when he said that. Okay? 250 people. At this point in time, I have never said a negative thing about Paul anywhere, ever. Okay? I've had private conversations with him, you know, about the layer, but I'm still even supporting him at this point. All right? So that night, you'd think I'd be pissed, right? You'd think I'd like lash out. I'd be angry, like, after all of this, after all I've done for you, this is how you treat me live in front of people? And, you know, I could have lashed out, but instead I did this, and I did it publicly, or not publicly, I did it privately in the Old World Researchers group. I said, hey, Paul, kind of harsh today. That was an understatement, okay? I said, I was just following up on your comment. Hardly a Muslim trying to convert you. I've got things to show you that I've not seen you present. They are related and may fill in some puzzle bits, even if you don't believe my theories. Okay? Listen to what this punk has to say at this point. What a jerk.
Nah, man, you took that the wrong way, or maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I didn't mean anything horrible by it at all. I mean, what I'm trying to say is I have my beliefs, you have your beliefs. Like, there's no point in trying to convert me into a biology guy when I'm a geopolymer guy, you know? That's what I was trying to say. He may be throwing religion into it and using that as a... using that probably was the wrong thing to do, but I don't mean nothing harm by it. I just literally meant, like, you can't convert a Muslim into being a Jew, meaning, you, like, if I believe something, that's what I believe. Nothing horrible, mate, and if it come across horrible, I'm sorry, man. Hand on my heart, I didn't mean for it to come like that at all.
Hand on your heart, Paul?
Yeah, nothing nothing harsh, man. I didn't mean nothing harsh or anything bad at all, Mike. So, nah, man.
No, man. You took that the wrong way. Hand on my heart. Okay, so it's just opinions, mate. It's you've got your opinions, I've got mine. So you call yourself a researcher, or are you an opinionator? You know, what are you exactly? A fraud, that's what you are. Okay, so just to drive the point home, I'm just going to prove that, you know, when you're talking about, you know, me not, or you're talking about all these point and claim people And later on, I'm about to show, you know, what he said next. So what about microscopy? I'm going in, I'm showing that this is what they're telling us limestone is. It's broken down coral, shellfish, skeleton, and that it gets compressed over millions of years of time, and then eventually morphs. It metamorphosizes because of the pressure and the heat, and then it becomes a much harder kind of stone and a metamorphic rock. Well, you would expect there to be, if that's true, because this is clearly compressed. So I'm not saying that isn't true, that it doesn't happen, but it's not happening with the limestone on the mountain. And I show that, and I go up there with, you know, 550x, 500x, and 1000x, and I show that none of this limestone has any hint of coral, mollusk, shellfish, skeleton, anything, okay? And I did that, it says a year ago, but I did that in November 2021. So that's 18 months ago. So it's not exactly point and claim, is it? That's debunking the mainstream official narrative on limestone using a scientific apparatus for viewing, okay? So moving along. So here's the group message that I sent to Paul. All right, that I sent to the group. I think I have this screenshotted somewhere, but I'll just run it here. I'm not gonna read this because it's long. But if you want to pause it and read it, you can go right ahead, and you'll see that I was extremely civil, and this is after he mocked me and called me, you know, he claiming I was acting like a religious fanatic, and in that where's the photo again? I said, kind of harsh today, hardly, you know, it's like, you know, puzzle bits, even though you don't believe my theories. So I could have turned negative on him, and I didn't, even after everything. And so then I wrote this letter. You can read it if you feel like it. I'll just scroll down. And I said a whole bunch of the stuff that I've been saying throughout this stream. I posted links to Hangman's footage, and he admitted that he hadn't watched them and that he was completely uninterested in seeing them because it's just opinions, mate. You have your opinion, I have mine. You're not going to convince me about the geobiology, biogeology stuff, you know, and I've looked at the tree thing, and it's all a load of cobblers, and those people are crackers, those body parts people, right? He's a total hypocrite. And then here's the last part. So I said another important bit regarding your footage. I believe the rendering you were seeing everywhere was placed by the inhabitants in attempts to slow down the degradation of their living spaces, as well as to make them more inhabitable, less sandy, and paintable. Perhaps the builders were already inhabiting these spaces while it was still wood. I don't know. But even sandstone is easy to shape and carve away. Sandstone would not make for a comfortable material for a living environment unless it was sealed. Many of those larger holes in the walls that can be seen in your footage likely supported wooden beams, perhaps lofts and smaller holes, may have been pores in the original wood. I don't have all the answers regarding the running of cables, pipes, etc. Finally, importantly, there's a huge distinction between the limestone, sandstone, geopolymers, and native limestone sandstone. This is what I have for months been trying to get him to look at, because I've got lots of evidence that, you know, if you're going to make a polymer, a geopolymer, you got to start with something. If you're starting with lime and you're starting with sand, guess what? The lime started as limestone and the sand started as sandstone. Well, how did that look before you made the geopolymer? Well, however that looked is native stone. And that's what we've got all around Spain here. Loads of native limestone. If you think about the UK and Malta, if we're talking terraforming on a very big level, Those places have been razored. They've been leveled down. They're flat, right? Malta is flat. The UK is very flat. And the only places you're finding the sandstone layers are, guess what? The high points, because that's the stuff that's still sticking up out of the ground. The rest has been covered by the floods and is underground. And guess what? When you go down, you find it, right? So it all makes perfect sense inside the tree narrative. And Occam would definitely favor me 1000%. So I've been trying to share this footage with you, and you've been quite honestly closed-minded about it. This is the first time I've said anything negative about Paul, and I've done it in the research group because he has refused to listen to anything. And privately he's saying one thing, and publicly he's saying a completely different thing. And you're not going to convince me, mate. You've got your opinions, I've got mine. And it's all a load of cobblers. So, and yet he hasn't even bothered to review the footage. And this is how I finish this. After he's called me out in front of 250 people, calling me a religious fanatic that's trying to shove things down his throat, I said, again, I love your work. I think you're great. I like your brash and fearlessly opinionated approach to your research. I just think you're wrong on this very important point. That said, I'm also willing to admit I could be wrong about this as well. Are you? All right. So that was sent to the Old World Researchers group. And this reply came in within seconds. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay. So the audios that I'm going to read you right now that I'm going to play for you are these audios in order. And so literally within seconds after I sent that to the group, Paul was already pushing the record button. So I knew for a fact he hadn't even read my message. Okay? He says he's got no time, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no rush. Just make sure I'm showing that. Yep. Then he says another comment, and I ask him, did you even read the message? And you'll hear his response. And then I said, watch the videos. It's not my theory. I'm not pushing my stuff on Paul. I'm not pushing body parts. I'm not pushing petrified organs. And I'm not pushing petrified titans. I'm pushing information that's directly related to his research that relates to the trees. And then he says a bunch of stuff, and I said, I'm trying to convince you because I learned from someone else, Hangman1128. Thank you very much for all of your work. I'm so grateful for everything you've done. And I think you're wrong. So let's have a listen, shall we?
Easy, Mike. I can't even read all that, mate. Lincoln hell, mate. But I don't even know what it's going to say. I'll probably read it in a bit. But you could have done it in a private message.
Oh, you mean like all the other ones I did?
I haven't even read it yet, so I don't even know what it's going to say. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Easy, Mike.
Easy Tigers, or is it Sleazy Tiger?
Mike, seriously, mate. Seriously, like how many times do I have to keep saying this? Like, I think you're a really nice guy. I really do. But this is getting beyond the joke now. I've told you like so many times. I am not interested in your theory. And it's just a theory.
By the way, if he hadn't been a coward and blocked me on Telegram, and I had all of our original messages, even this, you would know that I was not harassing Paul in any way, shape, or form. And he's misrepresented everything that he's said about me publicly has been a lie.
Like my geopolymer, mate. I don't need to broaden up all this. Like, mate, just leave it alone, mate, please, because it's like I said before, it's like a belief system. That's why I said the Jews and the Muslims, mate. You're trying to sell the Quran to a Christian, mate. It's just not. And that's why I said the Jews and the Muslims, mate. You're trying to sell the Quran to a Christian, mate. It's just not. And I've rebelled so many times, and you keep trying to do it, man. And I'm just losing, like,
rebelled.
just like, it's just you're going down in my books, mate. I can't do nothing but be honest, mate. And you can't keep saying this to me. And to sit there and try and say that in front of a load of people, you could have just messaged it to me.
Actually, Paul, honest is the only thing you can't be.
So I don't get why what your game is, mate, to be honest with you. I really don't. Like, I don't believe in that theory. I don't. And I'm not going to put it down
or is it about
I
research?
respect you. But if you keep coming at me with stuff, I'm just gonna rebel, mate. And I'm gonna sound like a plonker, and it probably won't be nice. And it's just leave it alone, mate. It's what I believe, and it's what you believe. I don't know why you'd want to keep trying to convince someone, mate. Like, no disrespect. Like, watch a channel that's on your page then, you know? If
I'll tell you why, Paul. Because you're full of shit and you got 70,000 subs who don't know. And they think that you're being honest with them. And they think that every time you complain about somebody else that those people are the bad guy. When in reality, you're the jerk.
Like, I don't know what else to say, mate. I really don't. And I'm sorry, like, I've said this in front of everyone, but I can only be honest. I'm not going to lie, and I can't lie. There's no point. So, can you stop trying to get me to look at stuff that I don't have any interest in whatsoever, mate? It's nothing to me. I don't believe it. And I'll tell you now, I think it is a very, very not good theory, to be honest with you. There's no substance to it, nothing at all. Like, all it is point and claim. That looks like that. That looks like that. That's all it is. There's no science behind it. There's no experiments you can do to work out anything. There's nothing. So I'm sorry to say that to you, but like I've just said a few times, I can only be honest, mate. And now can you stop trying to get me to look at stuff with your brain, with your eyes, because that's not me. I do my own stuff and I think my own way, mate. That's that. Sorry if everyone thinks I'm a plonker. I'm sorry about that. But like I said, that's how it is, and that's who I am. Mike.
Okay, so that was the first time I called him out in private in the group. Up until that point, when he went off on Nikki B and made all kinds of claims about him, I was actually there supporting him. And I feel bad about that now because I hadn't watched any of Nikki B's videos. I didn't know anything about the man. And I was saying, nasty things about how, he shouldn't be stealing Paul's research, et cetera, et cetera. And after the 2-hour conversation I had with him the other day, I can just, I can say it's just the same pattern over again. So then I asked him, did you even read the message? Because I was very careful about how I worded that, and I actually complimented him a lot in it, despite him embarrassing me in public in front of 250 people after inviting me to a live stream 3 days before, right? So who's the plonker, me or you? and this wasn't even public. This isn't a group of researchers. We're supposed to be doing research, not opinions. Right? Now, obviously, every researcher has their opinions. You get a bunch of researchers in a room, you're going to have an unlimited number of opinions. Nothing wrong with that. But you got to pay attention to the evidence also.
No, mate, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even read it, and I'm not going to read it. I read the first couple of paragraphs, and I just thought, no way, not again. This geezer's unbelievable. So sorry, mate, I'm not that person. I'm not... I'm just going to be quiet now and just leave it there, sorry. No, mate, I'm going to be honest.
Another thing that's totally hypocritical is he did about 4 live streams with Ben Analog, Waking Up with Analog. He was in this one with Old World Florida, and he did another 3 privately. And Ben shared article after article from the old world about all kinds of incredible things that had to do with petrification of different creatures, of trees, of all kinds of stuff. And Paul was completely gobsmacked. My jaw's hitting the floor, man. I don't know what to say. This is incredible. And everything that Ben has been showing has been confirming every bit of what I've been showing for the last 4 years. And yet, he's got this to say when he's up against a wall. So So then I said, watch the videos. It's not my theory.
I'm going to be real honest with you guys. I think I'm just going to leave this group, to be honest with you, because I'm not on the page where all that melted building, just all of it, mate, to be honest with you. I'm just not interested in all that. I think it's a load of crap. And I don't promote it, I'm not into it, especially all the trees, all that tree stuff. None of it, mate. I don't believe in none of it. I think it's all a load of crap. So I'm not going to watch videos because I'm not going to watch something I'm not interested in. And I'm not going to read the messages, mate, because I'm not interested in it. So, and it's not, okay, it's not, you're right as I'm saying this. It's not your theory, but you're pushing it on me, mate. So can you stop pushing shit on me, mate? I am. I'm going to be real honest.
Because it's a better theory than yours, and you've admitted multiple times that you haven't even bothered to review it because you don't believe it's true and you think it's false. That's not research. You have to actually look at it and review it before you can make a judgment about it. You know, what is the line? Condemnation without investigation is proof of indoctrination. Well, you're self-indoctrinated because you're a flat earther who is refusing to look at something that all of our history and our mythology is all about this, and yet you don't think you're on a spinning water ball, but you refuse to look at this because you think it's absurd. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical. And
I'm not in to fucking...
And I said, I'm not trying to convince you because... I said, I'm trying to convince you because I learned from somebody else and I think you're wrong.
What do you call it? Titan. I'm not into body parts. I'm not into mud fossil or anything like that, mate. Not one single bit. So, there you go. Sorry, guys. I'm not in.
Right. Sorry, guys. So... let's see. Then the next thing, this continues, and I said, how can you say that when you haven't reviewed the footage?
In real honesty, that theory is a load of fucking shite, mate. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. I looked at the Devil's Tower and I looked at all that stuff, and it's a load of crap. I think I've even made videos on it. It's just point. Look, all that looks like. Look, we're going to call it that. No substance, no nothing.
No substance.
And I don't know how in the world you can call a body part limestone.
Hey, Paul, go back and watch the first hour and a half of this video and point out the reasons why there's no substance. Go for it. I want to see you debunk the great trees based on the evidence. The only way you can debunk it is by ignoring the evidence, running from it, and making claims about it that are based on your opinions, and that's the opposite of doing research.
But anyway, I'm not getting into anything. I'm not looking at all that because I'm not interested in that, mate. So we'll just leave that there. Cheers, mate.
You're not interested in it because it would embarrass you publicly to find out that you were wrong about your sandstone layer and that you had made all these videos. But guess what? If you had been intelligent and had reviewed it and found out you were wrong, and then pivoted and said, hey, gosh, I've made a bunch of videos about this, but I've just gotten some new information that I realize now that I wasn't correct about these things that I was talking about, you know, and so now I'm looking with new eyes, and from this point forward, I have a different narrative. If you had done that, you wouldn't have embarrassed yourself. You would have made yourself stronger in the eyes of discerning people, right? Instead, you've got a big following of people now who think you're God's gift to creation, and they're like, "Oh, you're getting all this pushback because you're over the target, mate. That's what's going on here. You know, they're all out to get you because you're telling us the truth. You know, tell us more about the geopolymers." Sorry, I'm a little riled up about this, and so let's see. Is that the one I just played?
And just like, I don't know, mate, I don't know how old you are, but I'm just going to say this now to you. Like, I've learned at my age of 37, like, if I think someone's wrong, I leave it there, mate. I don't sit there and keep going on at someone. You're wrong. Look at this. You're wrong. Like, even in anything in life, if someone...
I'm doing this for your followers, the 70,000 followers, because you exploded from 2,500, subs to 70,000. And there's a lot of people listening to you and looking up to you. And that's why I'm doing this, is so that they can see that there are other theories out there. First of all, you're not even letting them know about the other theories. You're not debunking those other theories. You're just avoiding them. If you were a real researcher, you'd be like, oh, this is another theory. I've done this several times. That video that I made about truth or discernment, I own up to different narratives that I had been promoting that I found out later were wrong. And I use that as an example of what we should all be doing.
Just like, I don't know, mate, I don't know how old you are, but I'm just going to say this now to you. Like, I've learned at my age of 37, like, if I think someone's wrong, I leave it there, mate. I don't sit there and keep going on at someone. You're wrong. Look at this. You're wrong. Like, even in anything in life, if someone's wrong, like, I don't even bother. Just leave it. It's none of your business.
And just remember, every single one of these audios that he's taken the time to send, he's sent without even reading my initial message.
So in all honesty, I only know Bernie and Campbell in this group. And Caleb. That's it. That is all I know. So there's no point in me being in here, to be honest with you. And Mike, I've got no respect for you no more, mate, because you just did this in front of a load of people when you could have done this behind to me personally. So I have no respect for you whatsoever. And I think your theory is a load of cobblers, and I think you're wasting your time. It's just a trapdoor like all the other shit, mate. Like the melted brick shit and all that bollocks, mate. It's just a load of crap.
Trapdoor like 3D ice cream squirted geopolymer megalithic machines.
I'm probably going to exit the group now because, like I said, I only know 3 people in here properly. That's it. So, and I'm not on your page, and I'll never be on that page, mate. So, never worry about it. I'm going to go. Ta-da.
So then he quit the group, ran like a coward, didn't address any of it, didn't even bother to read my message. So I said, you could have read the message before flipping out. You suggested we previously do a live stream when you were with Ben in Old World, Florida. And 3 days later, when I said in your chat I wanted to share info about limestone with you, you called me a religious fanatic. It was fairly embarrassing. So as far as the whole doing this in public thing goes, there's that. And again, I hadn't said anything public about him yet. Maybe you could have read my message before assuming there was nothing of value. So I still harbored hopes of patching things up after this, and I apologize to the group because I never would have sent that message if I'd known he'd rage quit. It didn't occur to me for a moment that he would quit the group like that. I thought that this would be a way of kind of pushing him, forcing him into at least a dialogue based on evidence and getting the opinions of the other people so that we could collaborate as a group to move closer to a unified realm theory, which is the whole reason I'm interested in doing this. Okay? It's not about making him look bad. It's about the tree narrative. It's about how important that is. The vast majority of people in the world don't have a clue that there's a mountain, many mountains of evidence in favor of the existence of those things. Hangman's channel has only got 22,000 subs. Mine's only got 22,000 subs. The whole no forests on flat earth thing took off with all the tree stumps. This isn't anything about the tree stumps. Those are still up for debate in my mind. I don't know if they're trees. I don't know if they're mushrooms. I don't know what they were. This isn't about the stumps. This is about all the other evidence that Paul has admitted that he's not even bothered to look at. And it's incredibly important for us all to be aware of this, in my opinion. And and that is my opinion, right? I'm not claiming to be to have the corner on truth. So I wrote this. I'm not going to read it. I was apologizing to the group. I was telling him a little more about what actually went down because he was already there misrepresenting the nature of our communications and our history with each other. Then he hadn't blocked me on Telegram yet at that point. And so I waited a week after that. And I waited a week, and then I carefully crafted a short apology message to Paul. I apologize for pushing him. I recognize that I wasn't so tactful and that I, pushed a little too hard. I got excited because of his streams with Ben and with Old World Florida, and I thought that he was maybe going to come around. I thought he and I had a closer relationship that we did going back to 2021 and all of the exchanges we had and me inviting him here and him, maybe going to do that, all of that, right? So I pushed it a little hard, but I thought, I didn't think it would lead to a complete meltdown, and I didn't think it would cause a schism in the group, which it did. The group no longer exists. Stuffed Beagles took it down about a week ago when Paul was having his meltdowns over the stuff we haven't gotten to yet. And so a week later, that was February 15th when all of this shit went down. A week later, I sent him an apology, which I don't have now because it was on Telegram. And in that apology, I included about 40 images of the best stuff from Hangman's footage. And I said, just take a look at these and tell me what you think they are, right? He didn't read the message. He didn't respond to the message. He blocked me. And when he blocked me, I lost all of our previous communications. So I could show you that he's lying about every single bit if I still had that. But I think if you've been here through the whole thing, you can see that the guy is a pathological liar, and we haven't even gotten to the whole of it yet. Okay. So, he hasn't seen. So this is me. Let's see. I wanted the date here. All right, February 19th. And the last message I had with him on the group was February 15th. And then I sent him that message. Let's see. This is February 19th. I sent him that message a few days later. I said it was a week, but it was a few days later. And then when he blocked me, I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm doing a live stream. Now, I'd mentioned this subject many times on my channel, but this is the first time I did an in-depth coverage of the trees. And I talked about all the different theories, and I talked about the tree stumps, and I talked about, one of the theories being that a lot of the tree stumps might actually be slag heaps of ancient megalithic mining waste, and I talked about mushroom theory, and I went into the sandstone a bit. And then there's a point about, I don't know where it is in the video. It's towards the end, I think. It's about here. And I start talking about the sandstone layer. This is the first time that I've mentioned Paul Cook in public in anything but a positive way. And this is after the rage quit, after all the negative things he said about me live, after all the things that he admitted. And if you go through this, I'm not going to play it now. It's about 10 minutes long where I'm talking about him. Knowing everything that already happened, I think most of you will think that I was a saint in the way I approached this. But it needed to be talked about, and he was avoiding it like the plague. And that video, surprisingly enough, has been the best performing video my channel has ever had. 28,000 views. My top video has only got like 55,000 views, and it took 4 years to get that. And this was in February. So well received and loved, and nothing but positive comments. So then I just sat on it. I didn't say anything. I thought about doing a Paul debunking video, but I already said what I said. Paul starts to have meltdowns, and then, he's getting defensive. People are asking him questions in his live streams. And then someone asks him, it was London Man, who's now called London McLovin. And I would give him a shout out, but I've been watching him in the Paul streams. And maybe you just don't know the truth about this guy, but you've been defending him left and right. as he's had these meltdowns. And so I'm not sure where to stand with you. You seem like a nice guy who is interested in the truth. Paul does not. And but anyway, London man asks Paul in one of the live chats. Listen to this.
Right, instead of like city sort of shit. Sorry, stuff. Shouldn't really swear.
Shouldn't really swear.
Look at this. So nice. Cali Kush in the bush. Big up London man. Have I got beef with Stellium 7? Why? Why would you say that? I don't even speak to the guy. That's a very strange thing to say.
What a liar. Okay, well, he's telling the truth there, in the sense that he no longer speaks to me, but he's acting like we don't even communicate. And I've had communications with him that go back 2 years, which I've already shown extensively. Okay, so that was March 9th. Where are we at? What's the date today? April 27th. So you'd think I would like have come out with this video back then, like this jerk, you know, I gotta tell the truth about him. No, I sat and I pondered and it's like, I don't want to engage in drama. This is not what I want. It just drives wedges through the community, gets people arguing with each other, and it's just like such a drag when it happens, and it doesn't, help us get any closer to a cohesive truth, right? So I just left it alone. I walked away and just focused on, doing other videos. And then more people have been asking him, obviously. He's getting irritated, he's getting defensive. And then April 7th, out of the blue, this. And again, if you strike me, Paul, I will strike you back, and I will come after you for slander, and I will counterstrike your channel. I'm using this on fair use grounds. This is from your video. You're talking about me in this video, so I have every right. Oh, and the reason I say that is he's done 2 strikes against Bernie. He's trying to get Bernie's channel taken down because Bernie has posted a couple things. Bernie's called him out. There were a couple little parody mock things that he got from another channel. I don't remember all the details. I'm not, go through that, but go see Bernie's live streams and then ask yourself, who seems more credible, Bernie or Paul? Okay.
So look, see again, I need to go here and cut this out and get a sample of this to stick it under the microscope. I can't wait to get a microscope. Just so I can, all these people that keep going on about bloody body parts and that, this is going to shut them all up.
You mean get a microscope like I did 18 months ago, Paul, and made videos about?
Do you know what? The people that promote that stuff don't even do that sort of research. They just point and claim. That's all they do. Look at that. For disclosure. Wow. Mate, can you hook me up then, mate, with these guys?
Paul is all about the money. All about the dumb.
Stellium, mate, don't like that guy one bit. Can't stand him. I think he's a dirty little snake.
Again, the only public thing I've ever said about him was this very delicately worded thing in my live tree stream. And he's talking about me like this. After being a donor, after giving him all kinds of tips early on, a dozen shout outs, this is the payback I get.
Stellium, mate, don't like that guy one bit. Can't stand him. I think he's a dirty little snake. Geezer tried to befriend me, just only to try and humiliate me publicly, which shows what sort of geezer he really is. He's a bitter old man. Don't like him one bit. Simple as that. That guy harassed me for months, multiple times. But never mind. Look at this. Can you see the chase marks now? All going down. This one's going down in like that. Boom. You can really see it now. No, that's why these people. That's why. Yeah, forget about it. Forget about it. Exactly, Tone, mate. Exactly that. And I don't sit there and go on these channels with the body parts and that, and sit there and tell them they need to look at me and they're wrong. Support what you believe. Love your channel. Well done for what you do. Thank you, Catty. Is this in Britain? Yeah, it's in Britain. For the haters, they're all misinformed, doing benefit for humanity. Yeah, I can see who are and who are not. This body part business, there's no substance to it. There's nothing at all. It's literally point and claim. That's all it is. And then when I get a microscope, all that theory is going to flop, all of it. This is what them guys should be doing themselves. You know, they should really be going and looking at material and looking at the result of that Mike was a nasty guy, really nasty guy.
Really nasty.
He's not a nice person.
You should have heard the things he said about his girlfriend.
Geopolymers here, G. Yeah, cheers, mate.
In the WhatsApp.
Nice one. Too many ignore. Yeah. Mate, that geezer, last time I looked, I had like 50 messages off him. And I thought, mate, are you still trying to flipping message me? Do you know what? He tried to message me, he messaged me loads of times. And after about the 20th time, I got a bit rude. I was like, mate, why do you keep pushing this crap on me when I've told you like about 15 times ago that I'm not interested in your crap? You know? And then it's just constant. So, like Telegram, Instagram, YouTube, you know what I mean? The geezer was pestering me, and then I'm in a group chat with my.
It's a total lie. I didn't send him any messages through those other. It was just Telegram, and there was no harassment.
My good friends, and then that flipping carrot, like, mate, listen, the geezer is not a nice human being. It's all front. I had no idea he was that petty. If I could show you, and you know what? I blew up, as in like I went mad in the group chat because I'm like, mate, why the flipping hell are you, after I've told you so many times that I'm not interested, now why are you doing this publicly in front of my friends? It started off, I think you're completely wrong, you need to look at this, but like, fuck off, mate, you fucking cunt. Oh, that geezer, eh?
You went from
sad, lonely man.
Carrot top to the C word really quick, didn't he? For a guy who shouldn't swear.
Yeah. So yeah. And because I blew up, I went mad at him. I just thought, no, how can you sit there and go and talk to me like that? And then because I went mad, he went, look how you're acting. And he's trying to make everyone think that was the first time he contacted me about it publicly, when really it's probably over the 60th time. You know, and then I went mad at him. I was like, you flipping blah, 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 blah. Does it on purpose. People like that operate vastly different to most. They feed off the reaction. Mate, the geezer's a clown, mate. The geezer's an absolute rotten sausage.
Projecting much?
Absolute rotten sausage. But yeah, and again, he so what he tried to do was, I thought, you know what, I'm going to leave this group chat because all you've done, mate, is pester me for months, and then you try to publicly humiliate me in front of my friends,
publicly, like my good friends. In a group of. And
then when I left the group,
wait, this pisses me off.
He was
in a group of my good friends. So he went from I only knew like 3 people in the group, to a group of my good friends, right? When he left the WhatsApp group, he's talking about, I only know like 3 people personally in this group. And then he's talking about it being a group of his good friends, and I'm humiliating him publicly. It's not public. This is private in a researcher's group, and you should be able to handle a little criticism for your research.
Said that I was childish for being silly and all things like that, but he was controlling what people think of me by saying that I'm silly for going mad and stuff, when really people hadn't seen all the stuff that he'd shown me. Like, he'd absolutely pestered me before. Anyway, typically, yeah. Do you know what? That's what I thought he was. Absolute narcissist. I don't care about talking about it now because I actually don't like the geezer. I have no respect.
He's calling me a narcissist. That's rich from a guy who's starting an OnlyFans with his ex-girlfriend who he said horrible things about, and he's going to be doing porn and you know, like making money off of pornography. I mean, who's the narcissist here, Paul?
For him whatsoever. Do you know what the geezer tried to do? He was being really nice to me. He's going, yeah, we should go. You should come over to Spain, mate, and we can go and look at these mountains over here. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a really good idea.
How horrible of me.
Little did I know he was only befriending me to try and like talk body parts to me. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, the geezer's a flipping donkey, mate.
Is that really what I was trying to do?
Geezer's a real donkey.
Just talk body parts with you. I'm not
certain
interested in your
marks,
appendages.
Oh, blood leaked down. I'm certain them marks is where blood would leak down, not water.
Channel that is.
Doubt it very much. Like, you've got a cable at the very top. Okay. Let's look at.
Here's somebody talking about blood running through the channel. Like, they're talking about this being some site for like a religious, or not religious, but some kind of a sacrificial ceremony or something.
What's going on here, my friend? Like, why at the very top of this would there be blood leaking down this? Like, there's already a electrical connection at the top, and it's at the highest point. Don't give him the time, mate. I'm not giving the time, but I'm glad I've vented anyway. Sometimes it's good to vent. He just wants to sit on your couch. He wants to be me.
If I sat on his couch, I would fall down because it doesn't exist. It's a CGI background. He was in this little dingy room, and first he had his little lights going around that made it look a little nicer in there. But now there's literally people in the chat that think that that's his home and that that's real, despite the fact that his shoulders keep disappearing. Like, these are the kinds of people who will believe literally anything, and they're not the ones that I'm trying to wake up, because they're beyond waking up.
He wants to be me.
He is just about the last person I'd like to be.
We all like you just the way you are. Cheers. Blood from ducking. Exactly, man. Blood from what? Where could this blood be from? These body part people are so crackers. So crackers. There's no substance to what you say. Nothing. Anyways, yeah, moving on. Venting always keeps you from blowing up. Yeah, I know. I'm venting now. I'm done. I'm done now. That's good. I feel good. Charlie, someone placed on the column drains the blood down from the little. Someone placed on the column drains the blood down to the little channels. Yeah, but for what purpose would that be? Like, why would you drain the blood down a wall when you can just collect it in a pot? Like, don't make no sense. Like, why would you dirty the blood?
The funniest thing is someone mentioned the green screen in the chat. So when Tartarian Truth did a video about him, he had the same background. And there were people in the chat. So you had Paul there and the Tartarian Truth like sitting in the same spot. And people were like, are you at Paul's place?
Letting it fall down, all that. When, like, if you're like, do you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. What the hell are you blabbing about? Ted, see you later, my friend, mate. Where's he gone?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is typical Paul. What the hell are you blabbering about? He could that could have been a sub responding to somebody else saying something, or responding to the guy that was talking about the blood coming down the rocks, right? What the hell are you blabbering about? Paul immediately takes that as that's directed at him because he's paranoid, and he blocks this guy who might have been a paying subscriber, right? He has no way of knowing. He's just like, banned.
Ta-da, mate.
Ta-da. Easy, sleazy
just killed him in a
tigers.
pool, innit? Yeah. Can confirm the leg bone, in fact, connected to the foot bone. Yeah, that's it. And you know what? Another thing about this body part, like, I'm just going to forget about it. It's all a load of crap anyway. It's all a load of crap. So that's why nothing's defined and nothing's actually proven, because you can't. It's just a theory. Nothing's there. Nothing is it. Charlie, You
Says the guy invoking gigantic 3D printing machines before any cities were built. I mean, come on. So we're nearing the end of this. Let's see. I'm not sure if this is related. Yeah, here he's I don't want to play this because I'm not sure if it's related to me or not. Let me just see. Maybe there's something in the text. No, I mean, he goes last live ever, and then he did a live the other day, and he pulled up this site. I don't have it here. Maybe I can find it. Oh, here it is. This one's directed at us, the people who dare to question him.
paid people to sit there and discredit other people. That's what they are.
So he's saying the people who are criticizing him are part of a disinformation campaign, and we're all being paid to criticize him, to make him look bad because he's over the target and he's the one who's sharing the truth with people. He's shared some very interesting stuff, no doubt about it, as I've already said several times. But this is just it's just absolutely ridiculous. He's like this. He's very clever, and he's very. If you've watched his live streams, knowing what if you go back, well, he keeps taking his live streams down. I wonder why. He's covering his tracks. He's eliminating the evidence, right? If I hadn't saved all this stuff, I wouldn't be able to show him for what he is. And now he just deletes stuff right after he does it because, and he's going behind a paywall soon, and there's going to be a bunch of those 70,000 subs that are going to follow him and think that he's the cat's meow and send him money so that they can fund his life so he can go around and show them the world. Save your money, show yourself the world. That's my advice. Go do some boots on the ground research yourself and do it with integrity. Because he's not.
People, that's what they are. TT had nothing to do. Just paid people to sit there and discredit other people. That's what they are. TT.
It's hilarious. Yeah. So I don't know if I have anything else to share about all this. Transcript of Paul's rant. These are the words if anyone wants to just read through them again. Can hear it, obviously. And knowing what you know now, you can go through this point by point, and you'll realize that he's either straight up lying or is a complete hypocrite on every single thing that he said about me in that rant. All right, so that was what I had to share. Quite a journey, huh? And I'm not going to say I'm never going to do another live stream on this subject because I have no idea what he's going to do. He might need to be taken down another peg or two depending on how he responds. That's what I wanted to do. I want to go back to my notes here. Because there are some more things I want to say. So someone in the group accused me of maybe having Asperger's because a common thing that Asperger's people do is they can get on these truth crusades, and they just like nothing else matters but the truth, and so I thought that was kind of a compliment that they accused me of maybe being an Asperger's patient. Let's see, let me just look here through the rest of my notes. Anything but trees, ABT, that can be your new slogan, Paul. Sleazy tigers, ABT. Mocking, straw manning, blatant lies, slander, Why is this so important to me? This is one of the things I haven't said that I wanted to say. So why is this important? Because Paul's whole narrative about the golden layer, you know what? I'll say right here, right now, he could still be right. I doubt it. I really highly doubt it. He could be right. But here's the thing. If they can get us asking the wrong questions, it doesn't matter what our answers are, right? If you think about all the mainstream narrative lies, it's all about, changing what we think about reality in every way, shape, and form, and getting us to ask the wrong questions. If they get us asking the wrong questions, it doesn't matter what our answers are. Well, if Paul is wrong about the layer, then all of these spin-off channels and all the people that are going to start doing boots on the grounds investigation and are checking out the LiDAR and are using Paul's blueprint, which he probably stole from somebody else as well, to find these sites, then they're going to be doing it through the lens of Geopolymer. And they're going to start making Geopolymer videos. And then we're going to have a whole meltology group that's the Geopolymer group that their brains are just as melted, right? And sorry to fully attack the melt people, but there's so many idiots, especially Jerry Camp, who is the grand idiot. He's the grand poobah of these guys. And, I already showed the stuff earlier about him. So, I mean, if you're tuned into this stream late and you haven't seen it, go back from the beginning, because there is so much of value here on so many levels. And I don't say that to toot my own horn. It's just a fact. So there's a ripple effect, and Paul is proud of his ripple effect because he's gotten all kinds of people's eyes to open up, and he's out there on the ground doing this stuff. Fantastic. Question the narratives, see if they're true, find evidence to the contrary, present it, take the controllers down. I'm all about that, right? But Paul's got potentially a very false narrative. And maybe that's why his channel has grown so fast. He's gotten shout outs from lots of big channels because they're so thrilled with the things he's showing. But maybe also like, oh, we don't need to turn down the nozzle on this guy because he's full of shit, That's a possibility. So anyway, with me, I let this go on too long. I should have tried to nip this in the bud a long time ago, to try and help stop spin-off channels. Spin-off channels, looking at the sandstone layer, boots on the ground, great. Just keep an open mind about what you're looking at and understand that Paul's version of reality may not be accurate. And then maybe we can start to move towards a unified realm theory, especially if people start understanding. The answer is probably E, all of the above. Some tree stuff in there, some Titan stuff, some petrified stuff, some mud fossil stuff, some star forts, some underground tunnels, some mud floods, some Tartarian architecture, some, there's truth in all of it. And they keep trying to strawman the arguments, the critics, misrepresent what's being shared so that people get thrown off the scent that there's actually a bunch of truth there. And no, I don't think it's all trees. And remember this, absolutism is always wrong. But Occam's razor definitely favors the trees. So he lied about not having been. So, like I said before, if researchers close to me had information about my research they knew would prove me wrong, I would want to know, and I would review the evidence and I would address it on my channel. So where to now? Okay, the 3D narrative is a joke in my opinion. He's gone from poured diagonal geopolymer to ice cream squirting machines to him squirting on OnlyFans. Then there's his famous blowjob on the Bernie stream that he's now gloating about, where he's behind a green screen and his girlfriend was apparently giving him favors while Bernie was in a live stream with Michelle Gibson, who seems like a really wonderful person who I've never spoken to. And, you know, he sends an audio file to Bernie bragging about this and gloating. And then he turns on Bernie, not because of anything Bernie's done wrong, but he went vicious on Bernie. He's put strikes against his channel. He's trying to get Bernie taken down for sharing stuff he had every right to share. And you know, meanwhile, he's promoting his OnlyFans on his YouTube channel, which is strictly against YouTube guidelines and should have gotten him taken down. And Tartarian Truth made a video about it after privately warning Paul and saying, hey, you should take this video down because if they find out, you're going to lose your channel. And what did Paul do? Paul struck Tartarian Truth, who wasn't even, you know, doing anything wrong. He was trying to help him. And he was actually encouraging Paul to stop with the live streams and get back to the real research. So, I mean, it's just a total shit show, the whole thing. Meanwhile, on his channel, he's blocking the haters. His fans think he's over the target, you know, and he's just a pathological liar. He's narcissist, and it's really all about the money. He talks about the money all the time, you know, and don't get me wrong, earning money is fine, right? I should be trying to earn money on YouTube. I've spent, if I had put half of the time that I spent on YouTube into growing my chiropractic practice and working more over the last 4 years, I would have more than doubled my income, guaranteed. But I've been so focused on this stuff, and I only monetized my channel because YouTube specifically said they were going to be down regulating, you know, when they brought in when they started censoring everybody, they brought in these new terms and conditions, and they specifically said they were going to promote content that was profitable for them. So I thought, oh, that sounds like a euphemism for down regulating the truthers so nobody finds them if they're not monetized. So that was the only reason I monetized my channel. And I've shown in past live streams, I've shown the entire lifetime earnings of my channel. So there's no, I've been upfront about that. So I think, you know, everything said and done, I think Paul's work still has value. I think that there's a lot of things he's shown that are amazing that I was totally unaware of. I'm appreciative of the things that he's done. I think that despite it all, there's still a way to heal this rift. But I think it's going to take public apologies all around on his part. He's going to have to show humility, admit that he was wrong, and show a desire to like better himself as a person and to, you know, what more, you know, to try and seek the truth, you know, and come from a place of humility instead of being an arrogant bastard. Since his channel exploded, so did his friggin' head. You know, it's been sickening to watch. If you go back to his first 10 or 20 videos, completely different person in those videos. What happened, Paul? Where did you go? You got replaced by a Geopoly monster who refers to himself in the third person. You got all these catchphrases that you use to hook people and lure them in. They think you're kind of clever and creative. They like your accent, especially the Americans, because it sounds like something from a Guy Ritchie movie, you know? And it's just like, you need to grow up. You're accusing me of being immature. How old are you, mate? I'm 55. I've been around a lot longer than you, and I can tell you that you're acting like a total prick. And I've seen lots of other evidence from other people. Check out Bernie's stream. Nikki B did a video on him that he struck also, and so Nikki just took it down. He's got a tiny little channel. He didn't want the conflict. So yeah, humility. Try and reconcile things. Pivot, you know, maybe there's a way to patch things up. I'd be willing to do a live stream with you again if you did all those things. We could talk limestone. That was always my intention, and I wouldn't be attacking you. Let's see. It would help him become a more honest and credible researcher. All researchers need to incorporate new information and change their narratives if they find out they're wrong. Many become too emotionally invested to admit they're wrong. And that's exactly what happened with him. Then he's got the cognitive dissonance. He's got the self-created paradigm blindness because he's pushing his own paradigm now, right? Devil's Tower was geopolymer. It's a building, 100%. This is all geopolymer printed. That's him. That's all coming from him. So Paul's created his own paradigm, and he's bought it, and he can't admit he's wrong. So, let me see here if I can take this out, bring this up, and just look, any questions? That was how long have I been going? It's 11:30. I started at 8:30. 3 hours. That's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Oh, gosh. So I'm looking forward to going back and reading all of this. I haven't looked at the chat for more than a few seconds through this whole thing. And somebody know how you pin a message? I still haven't learned how to do that in these live streams. Like, people are always pinning stuff that shows up on the screen. I don't know if I can, if the mods can do that or not, but that's you're welcome. You're welcome to print. If I'm ever doing a live stream, my mods are great, and thank you all for being here and sticking through this. And you're welcome. If that's a mod capability, you're welcome to pin stuff you think is relevant or positive. I need a real coffee after this. Let's see. I think I've covered it well. Thank you, Nora. And Brett. Good to see you, Brett. Derp. Just the last eye-opening. Yeah, and you know what? Please, please, please share this video around anywhere somebody is like talking about how Paul is, the greatest thing since sliced bread. Link this video because, people need to know. And maybe if he starts losing, subs, by the thousands instead of by the hundreds. He's lost like 400 subs in the last week because of his ridiculous behavior, the sleazy tiger that he is. And yeah, so if that starts to be by the thousands, maybe he'll wake up to the fact that he blew it, and he burned bridges, and he stepped on a lot of toes he shouldn't have. Thank you for the positive comments. I appreciate them. Yeah, you know what? He may be on drugs. He's got all these face sores. It could be meth or some other thing. And if that's the case, this is the one thing I haven't said is that I have a lot of compassion for him. It might sound like this was all vicious and I wanted to attack Paul. That wasn't what this was about. I hope I made that extremely clear throughout these 3 hours. And ultimately I feel bad for him because this is like, it can't be easy. Who knows what he's gone through? Who knows what his past is like? He told me things in confidence that he, are now deleted, that, who knows what his family life was like. So, and if he's on drugs, that would explain a lot of his behavior because it's just completely irrational and illogical. And yeah, someone says 37 is too old to be a snotty brat. Exactly. He's 38 now. And when I first started watching him, I thought he was about 25. maybe 28 or something. I was really surprised when I found out that he was 38, because you would expect him to be a whole lot more mature by that age. Oh, I've had the chat on the screen. I meant to be showing the chat. So I managed to pull off the tech fairly well this time. That was good. Oh man, major shout out to Ahura, who's probably spent about 5 hours minimum helping me work out all the bugs. I hope the audio was awesome, because I can't stand it when there's little background noises in videos. It drives me nuts, and I've had bad audio in past streams. Yeah, I haven't once said to anybody to unsub from Cook. Someone says I'm staying sub to him for now. And I think that we should, let's see where he goes from here. It's up to him. But I think everyone should spread the truth about him and what he's done. And if he can, and if he can see the error of his ways and make amends, embrace him again. He's done some great stuff, and maybe he'll continue to do great stuff. I haven't wanted to see his channel taken down. I think the OnlyFans thing is ridiculous. It says a lot about his moral fiber, and a lot of other people have already talked about that. I think what he did with Michelle on the live stream is, some of his subs are like, well, so what? You got a blowjob on the air. Good for him. And it's like, what if the green screen had failed or something? So anyway, show compassion. I've been pretty strong in my attack on him tonight, because I felt that there were a lot of things that need to be said. I don't know if I finished, but thank you, Ahura, for your help. I really appreciate it. The kindest ass stomping I've witnessed in my short 58 years. Well, actually, if you want to witness another kind ass stomping, watch this video on my channel, because that took 3 hours, because 90 minutes of the 3 hours was audio files of these guys recording the conversations, the guys that own the lab, a conversation between me and the guy that originally reached out to me, and a conversation between him and the lab owner, who's this high-level, reputable, supposed scientist. And then watch how they treated me and what they did, and ask yourself whether there was ever any science in anything they did, or any truth to any of the claims they made. So that is well worth the watch if you haven't seen it, if you like this stream. I don't blame people for unsubbing him. It's been nauseating having to watch his videos, but I've gone through them because I needed the evidence to just take him apart piece by piece, and show what utter ridiculousness these narratives are that he's had. I'm curious. I would be honestly curious to see if, after seeing this, anyone still thinks that sandstone layer is geopolymer. If you do and you're in the chat, post it. I would really like to see it. Because to me, it's just like so silly. Yeah, and if it's drugs, he should check into rehab or something. It's just tragic. I mean, either way, no matter what, it's tragic. He's burned bridges with just about everybody out there. I mean, he had channels with 500, 600,000 subs giddy to talk to him. And, shout out to Dutch Synths. I shared a bit of a live stream once that Bernie arranged. Bernie arranged that 5-hour live stream, and Paul struck him for it, and he was only in the live stream for like 5 or 10 minutes. How pathetic is that? You know, I can't even imagine how many of Paul's subs Bernie has helped bring in, because Bernie's been like the spindle, the spider in the net, dot connecting for everybody and bringing people together, and he just wants the best for everybody. That guy stays. I can't believe how positive he stayed with Paul over the last week. If you see his live stream, he's still like shouting him out for things, you know? Yeah. Talk about disrespecting and violating the trust with all creators on that live stream. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you all for watching. Someone says, I shine like a quasar. I'm not sure what a quasar is. I don't believe the official narrative on them anymore. All I know is when you look up there, it looks like everything's underwater when you see the highest quality imaging. So, but I still take it as a compliment. Thank you. Yeah, you just got to watch that Paradigm Crush video. Someone asked those supposed scientists, if they said they're wrong, what were they looking at? And I'm not going to go into that because it's not related to the stream, but it's actually comical. And the last half an hour of that video is about the Explorers Club, because the guy who owns the lab did a presentation at the Explorers Club. So he's in some way connected to that club. And I went in depth into the subject of the Explorers Club, which was a very interesting thing to investigate. Yeah, someone says you won't convince him of anything and don't expect an apology or civility. Well, if that's the case, then I hope he crashes and burns. And maybe people can download a bunch of his videos just for the footage that he's given us all, because that's valuable. And, you know, mute him if you don't want to hear him. That's what I'm going to do from now on, unless he turns it around. And I predicted that your tree research is going to grow enormously. I love it very much. It's not my tree research. It's Hangman1128. Maybe there were other channels doing it before him, but I don't think so. He devoted huge amounts of money and time and his life for the last, I don't know, 7 years or something to all of this. And it is an incredible gift to humanity that he's given us all. So I am researching it also. So it is my research in that respect, but I'm not taking credit for any of the discoveries, because everything, you know, or not everything, but much of what I've learned about it, I learned from him. I did dig his accent. So did I, and now I just find it annoying. Narcissists don't ever give closure to anything. No accountability. Yeah, well, if that's true, then we'll find out, won't we? And then we'll know. And I suspect that will be true, and that's the case. He's got enough people sequestered behind his self-created echo chamber, and he's got mods like London McLovin and others. I was really disappointed that Hippie Shake didn't see through this more, but Hippie was there, you know, supporting Paul every step of the way through these dramas of the last couple weeks. It's really a bummer to see people. I don't know if I've lost some subs here, or not subs, but mods, because we had a lot of mods that were you know, on both channels, and it was very nice. It was like a little, you know, social gathering. You make the rounds to the different live streams, and you know, you see a lot of the same faces and everything, and it's wonderful. And Social Ripper, shout out to you. He's made a couple little shorts on my stuff that are great. He's got like 70,000 subs, and he's doing this kind of short format, big drama content covering lots of different, you know, theories like mine and mud fossils and other stuff. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of dramas either. That's what he's saying. All this drama is unfortunate. I tried my best to avoid it, as you could see. through, you know, every step of the way in this stream. And yeah, Hangman opened my eyes. I'm so sorry about this whole mess. Go forward and have faith in your own work. You have true followers that know your work. Thanks to you and Hangman. I think he's saying no there. Yeah. No, that's great. Yeah. All the kudos for Hangman, to Hangman when it comes to this. And all I've shown is photos. I haven't shown any video. He's got high definition photo where he's walking around and he shows it to you up close. And there are times where I've literally broken into tears over it, because this is the, you know, apart from Earthshape itself, this is the biggest, you know, conspiracy there is, really, in my opinion. And it's one of the only ones that you can find absolute 100% solid evidence for. You know, most of the other stuff, in the end, you're just like, okay, well, you end up believing, you know. Will you know, or will you just continue to believe? I mean, the word believe has the word lie right in the middle of it, right? Someone says, you're awesome. Hope Paul Cook hasn't upset you. He's a sicko. He's upset me a lot. He's had entirely too much time rent-free in my brain over the last months, but now I can let it go and move on. And you know, this will be there as a record of every step of the way, and will hopefully open eyes and save a lot of people from falling into, you know, the trap of supporting him while he continues to be a complete hypocritical narcissist. The Niven channel. Yeah, Niven, I've seen some stuff from him a long time ago. He was doing a lot of Google Earth stuff that, you know, maybe there was substance to it and maybe it was pareidolia. I don't know. I'm not criticizing, but it just wasn't something I was ready to jump on with. And I haven't seen anything from him in a couple of years, but he says, take a look at the Devil's Tower video. This guy has a genuine gift for the way he sees patterns. Worth a watch. So yeah, I'll try and remember to do that. Sad to see Hippie Shake there. When I heard Tartarian Truth made a video about the argument he brought up, I got nosy and watched, decided that I needed to walk away as a sometime watcher. Credit is due to your representation of the research. Stellium 7, I'm blessed to have found you, sir. Thank you. True Earth Norseman, welcome. I am not a god any more than we are all little god droplets, but thank you for the compliment, Denico. Yeah, someone's talking about historical artifacts very likely to have been cast geopolymer. Yeah, there's lots of stuff out there that's geopolymer. And when you look at places like for example, what's it called? Baalbek, Baalbek. Do an image search on Baalbek. It's just amazing. To me, these are examples. Like when I saw the observation deck geopolymer videos, I think it's called the Trilithon. These are the largest stones ever found, and the claim is that they were, the reason they claim this is because of this, right? You see, this looks like it was quarried, but how can it have been quarried when there's no stone around it, right? So it's sitting there at an angle, just like this one. And this, oh, I forgot. I was going to show evidence. I was going to show evidence of of geopolymer. Let me just go through that real quick because I just want to be complete here. So for those of you who hung around, you get a little more evidence. Let me take that around. Okay. So when concrete is made, inevitably it's going to have flaws, and those bubble. And this is what those flaws look like. Thank you to Ahura for pointing this out to me. And none of that sandstone has this. This is what concrete looks like when it's poured. It always does this, right? And then if you notice, it looks like there's an outer layer that broke off. This is known as desquamation. And you'll see pictures of squamous desquamation on skin in a moment, because our squamous cells are the flat cells that make up our skin that we shed all the time, and they fall off. Well, when something is geopolymer, it has, as it starts to break down, it has this telltale sign of desquamation, and it starts to fall away. And that's what I learned that from observation decks videos. Paul's never mentioned it that I know of. And it gets these uneven cracks in it. You don't get these perfect lines, straight cracks like the trees do. Okay? The trees also do uneven lines, but they do uneven lines, but they do these perfect straight lines. When concrete cracks, it will never crack in a straight line. This is an example of desquamation in biology, but a geopolymer does the exact same thing. Okay? So this is what it looks like. Notice the top here. Over time, if this wasn't a surface that was being worn out from being walked on, say it was sideways, weathering would eventually cause it to desquamate like that. So I'm not going to talk about those. I already talked about that. That was the iron. And this is definitely not concrete or poured. Paul talked about vitrification. Good on him. This was true, Paul. You said truth here, right? There's no examples of vitrification in the melted building narrative. They have examples of melt. There's melted brick that they're showing, like inside kilns that get so hot that the bricks start to droop and drip. You can melt stone under a Fresnel's glass, which is a giant, I should have had that in this folder, which is a giant magnifying glass. And just like you can burn things with a magnifying glass, you can melt stone with a giant magnifying glass. But again, not geopolymer. This is one of Paul's favorite photos to look at. So now, and you know, this was his narrative with the squeezing it out like a cupcake. And so he's envisioning, in order to do this, you would need something like this, but like 1,000 times bigger. Does that make sense? You know, yeah, we're doing geopolymer structures now, but they're little houses and stuff, or you know, done in sections. And again, going back to this, look at this, which I've shown several times now. He says that the only possible way that this could have happened is if it was geopolymer. And no, that's not the only way. It could have grown. And that's exactly what it did. And he was up here, and he was so high, and he was so proud of himself for this discovery. And he was so proud of himself because he climbed all the way up here, and it was so hard, and it's about 100 meters. I've got boots on the ground footage, Paul, of me at the eye of Mont Go. And in much, much taller places, and the limestone is hell to climb over, and I got myself up there, and I climbed deep down into caves to get footage. So this wasn't such an achievement, getting up here. Anyway, here he is with his little recipe he probably got from observation deck. He's mixing it. Now he's created a little, you know, a little house, and he's trying to show, this is how they did it, mate. But, you know, there ain't going to be no micro layering in there like what you're showing in your videos. And you're not going to see this as a possibility. Yeah. So I'm glad I remembered that because I definitely wanted that in here. And this is the scagliola that I was talking about. So they roll it flat. This is just clay. It's marbled, and then they roll it flat, and then they have ways of curing it and hardening it. And then they can make these stones, these stone pillars. And I'm sure that's what they did in the Vatican with these brightly colored marble pillars that are all throughout the St. Peter's Cathedral. And yeah, so the geopolymer narrative is very important, and it's very much true. And I think that's exactly what they did here. These are 1,200-ton stones that they're claiming were quarried and then transported uphill from like a half a mile or further away, and then lifted up to this level. We don't have any cranes in today's world that are capable of lifting stones this big. So which makes more sense? Were they quarried, or were they poured, you know, in place? If you created a big mold, you know, you could totally pour this as a concrete. And if you look at this stuff, it doesn't look like native stone. I'll be doing videos covering native stone soon. It looks like concrete to me. So yeah, geopolymer narrative is very important. You just can't apply it to everything, right? All of the above. All right. Back to you guys for a moment, and then we'll draw this to a close. It's 3.5 hours now. Two geopolymers, 1 cup. Don't search for that. Yeah, that little house looks so pathetic after seeing all of this, right? So don't send him money. If you send him money, you deserve to lose your money. You know, and notice I didn't say send it to me. All right. I think that's a good place to end it. I really appreciate you all. I hope it was worth the time spent, and that it was enlightening. Mate, it's all geopolymer, mate. All of it. Every bit. Our whole realm. His brain is geopolymer. Even that. That's why it's not functioning very well. Would love to learn how to do that. Do what? I'm not sure what you're... Oh, you're referring to somebody else. Okay. Build up the land around when you want to put the stone. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not going to be starting an OnlyFans for those of you who love me. That wouldn't be appropriate. Thank you, Dave's Waffle House channel also, I think, but I haven't seen any content there, but I think I'm subbed to you. Good stream. Cretinous behavior. Thank you. Yeah, it was cretinous. All right. I'm sure I forgot something along the way, but I think that was more than enough to make my case. And let's see where Paul goes from here. Hopefully it's not into the geopolymer toilet. Thank you, Twilight Mist. Been around for a long time, and I appreciate you as well. Some people like myth, some people like meth. I think that the myth is our real history, and that the history they've given us is the myth. No naked Mike then, no. Just the naked truth. I have my face on. I have my face on. All right. Okie doke. So, thank you all once again for coming. I appreciate it. And share this everywhere. Not because I want views, not because I want subs. Share it in all the groups. Make sure this gets out so that people can decide for themselves what is true, because Paul has been hiding major portions of the narrative from his subs, pretending like the narratives that go counter to his have no substance, are stupid, are point and claim, and the only point and claimer is him. And he's been doing a lot of it. And just because he can mix a little geopolymers and make that little house doesn't mean he's proven a damn thing. But don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, because there's still a lot of merit to stuff that he's done. And he was pouring his heart into this stuff. He's spent countless hours over the last few years. So I'd hate to see him taken down by counterstrikes and whatnot. But be careful, Paul. You're on thin ice. Bye, everybody.